Dzień dobry Państwu. Teraz już na poważnie. Nazwijmy to takim może przedłużonym kwadransem.
Hello everyone. We are about to begin. We talk about education. We talk about school. So this slight delay is not surprising to anyone. My name is Michał Giersz. I'm very happy to have you here with us in Lublin, on-site and off-site. CEE Edu Digital Summit is the very first meeting of this kind held by Digital Poland in Lublin, although we have such meetings on a regular basis. So this is the first time when we came here to talk about education. And we were surprised to see how interested you were in joining this program, both here physically and online. I mean, teachers, pupils, students, representatives of education boards, members of local governments. So we can see how important it is to hold such meetings in such a formula. So we can see how interested you are, how willing you are to be here, to listen, to participate, and there's a lot to talk in terms of digital transformation, because it's not something that concerns business only, but education is also there. It should not be ignored. So we'll talk about how such a transformation may look like in education. Let me first welcome our special guests. Justyna Orłowska, representative of the Prime Minister for GovTech and representative of the Minister of Education and Science for Digital Transformation. Bartłomiej Bałaban, head of the Lublin Province Management Board, and His Magnificency Zbigniew Pater, rector of the Technology University of Lublin and deputy rector of the same university, Mr. Czerwiński. So again, very warm welcome to everyone here on site with us and to everyone listening and watching online. I wish to thank our patrons of today, the Minister of Education and Science, Janusz Cieszyński, Undersecretary of State with the Prime Minister for Digitization, and Marshal's Office of Lubelskie. And I wish to thank our mass media partners. They are here to carry the message, to carry the takeaways after the meeting further into the air. So without further ado, can I have the head of Digital Poland to take the floor? Mr. Kanonik. Well, good morning. Hello, everyone, to hospitable Lublin. Lublin has become a digital capital of Poland, or perhaps even of the three C's initiative. That's it. Another event of this kind where we talk about new technologies in the 3SI area, this time with special focus on education. Why education? Why digital education is so relevant? Why do we talk about this? Certainly, digitization has gained momentum, no doubt about that. That process started some years ago, but recent years have seen a number of milestones, if I may put it like this. On the one hand, the COVID pandemic, which triggered a great revolution towards digital transformation, slightly spontaneous, perhaps a bit chaotic. We jumped into this digital world very fast, including at schools, in education, and I believe we succeeded. We passed that exam pretty well during the pandemic. And now when we thought back then that we would have time to think carefully, slowly about how to grow technologically in education, now we have yet another wave, another event that triggered further revolutionary changes. I mean, the war, the military conflict in Ukraine. So certain changes are here to stay, that we predicted before, but never thought it would be so fast. So today we talk about challenges ahead of us, also in the area of education. Why business talks about it? Because theoretically we should have a headmaster, a student, or a teacher here on stage, but business is partly responsible for making schools ready for the digital revolution, because a young student, a young school leaver will have to find work, will have to find employment, and today it's not possible to get a job without elementary digital competence, digital literacy. That's why the challenges, that's why we talk about the challenges, and challenge number one in education is technology, and this is everywhere. Technology goes ahead our cognition, our perception, and we need to use it wisely, use its full potential. This technology should make it easier for us to solve problems, to make life easier and not more difficult. So a couple of questions that we will address today together with our guests and speakers. So what tools do we have at hand? Outside the room you can see some technological solutions available on the market. In the room upstairs there are some presentations going on, some demos going on from technology vendors. Question two, how to identify those tools that we might use effectively to grow our knowledge. How do we know that these new tools, new methods are better than the traditional ones? That's a very key question, and I'm expecting a heated debate on this. And then, how do we make sure that teachers and students can actually use digital technologies effectively? So we will show you a slice of a test that we held together with my colleagues in Poland, the Czech Republic, and Hungary, where we measured the actual digital competence among students and teachers. Challenge number two, cyber threats. Nobody talks about the future technology without touching on the aspects of cyber security. And this, particularly in our region, is absolutely pivotal. We're talking about thousands of registered cases, incidents of cyber threats. Many of them go unnoticed. So both the private and public sector are at risk. Those most sensitive aspects here, I mean, hospitals, schools, are targeted by cyber terrorists. And the public result, the public effect of a successful attack would be absolutely dramatic. Then, how often such educational institutions that I talked about are the targets? Well, I hope you will get the answer today, and you will be really, really surprised with the figure. Then the question is, how do we protect, how do we shield schools, educational institutions and establishments against such threats, and how to train security experts to protect schools and to make schools ready for this digital evolution and revolution, and how make them secure. On the other hand, how to make teachers and students ready for struggling, for defending themselves against fake news, misinformation in the mass media. Challenge three, professions of the future. A Polish school leaver, university graduate should be ready to find themselves on the future labor market. So we need to find ways to design such an educational system that offers specific competence for young people to pursue their career in different professions. Today, we have a huge portfolio of professions that were not even there 5 or 10 years ago. Drone operator, digital scientist, telemedicine physician, it wasn't here back then. Who knows, in 5 or 10 years, perhaps we'll have professions that we don't even know about today. Since the year 2000, It is estimated that robots, automation processes have taken over 1.7 million jobs in industry. Is it a problem? I don't think so. Until 2025, another almost 1 million jobs will be created in industry thanks to AI, thanks to technology, because technology stimulates people to grow, to develop new competence, new skills, and search for new ways to find themselves on the labor market. And the last, but not least challenge is financing. We cannot do all of that without funds. So we will ask ourselves, if there are funds, how to spend this money? If yes, how to do it wisely? We are happy to see that both the EU and the country can see how relevant it is to invest in education, in digitization in education. If we just look at the recovery and resilience plan, about 20% of this instrument is intended for digital transformation. On the other hand, how to fit this expenditure in budgets that are limited, and whether local and central administration are aware of the need to invest in education and where to find funds that are available within a specific time limit for investment. And the key question here, the expenditure on digital evolution in education, is this investment or just an expenditure? That's a question that we will pose today, and we'll hope to find the answers. I personally believe this is investment in our future. So welcome again to our CEE Edu Digital Summit in Lublin. I believe today's discussion will be productive, will be fruitful, both here in the main room, during breaks upstairs. And again, we don't talk about Poland only, we talk about Central and Eastern Europe, about the 3SI. That's why I'd like to meet the head of the parliamentary team for 3SI, member of parliament. I'm particularly happy that it's thanks to President Duda's initiative we have this digital lung or digital leg of 3SI growing really rapidly. Enjoy today. Thank you. So Michał has just spoken about all these challenges, and we will discuss these challenges all day long, starting with panel number 1. But before we go, let's have Justyna Orłowska, representative of the Prime Minister for GovTech and for digital transformation, to take the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have my presentation on, please? Mr. Marshal, members of parliament, dear guests, thank you very much for having me on this event in Lublin. On behalf of Przemysław Czarnek, the Minister of Education and Science, I'd like to send his regards. I wish you very productive talks. I know it will be so, because I know the initiatives of Digital Poland, they are always very, very useful and very productive. And we always conclude by specific measures and plans for the future. Mr. Kanownik has spoken about it in part, but let me reiterate it. This is a mind map of the so-called professions of the future. Some of these you may see for the first time. Perhaps they will never become reality, but it's a big question mark that, in a sense, is certain, because our graduates who will leave universities in 10 or 12 years, what jobs will they take, or even what programs at universities they will follow. So I'm really glad that this has been said already today. That's one of the ways we can talk about the competencies of the future, the so-called 4K. This is to prepare the youth for the unknown. Knowledge, of course, comes first. When you have knowledge, you can design something new based on the competence you have. We can do great things, but what can equip everyone, not only future students, but what can equip everyone is a set of competencies that will make you in a position to grow, to build up more skills and competencies. So the School of the Future is about talent development. Previously, in Polish schools, we thought about certain jobs that promise successful employment on the market. Now we have changed this way of thinking. And what about the future? Have you ever chatted with AI, with OpenAI here? Okay, Mr. President. Well, see, I'll ask you later about your experience. I have done it myself, and the questions, the responses I got were very different. And we can see that AI is not fully loaded with knowledge. It's still learning. But we have people in this room who have tried with this tool, who have asked questions to this AI. It means it started to learn. So we can imagine, and there are some articles already published about it. If you ask me, can you create, my dear chat, can you create a solution for a simple application that will do this or that? So what does it mean? In other words, there should be someone designing it, inventing it, but not necessarily be able to create algorithms. So we leave it to the AI. That's why in elementary schools in Poland, we started a very extensive program intended for every elementary school to provide 3D printers, controllers, recording equipment to develop the competencies of the future right from the beginning. So what I like to keep repeating, in our region, and I'm happy that we talk about not only Poland, but the region that has shared history of communism. When we had limited trust to one another, that time is gone. We are free, our countries are free, unlike Ukraine and its struggle for independence, to keep its autonomy. So that's why we should go for cooperation as a value and cherish it. That's why Laboratories of the Future, that's the name of the program, more than 1 billion Polish zlotys of investment. We can see the first outcomes of this program. 15,000 elementary schools are already equipped with this equipment, with these tools. More than 3 million pupils use it together with their teachers, but also parents, because parents report to us that children bring home different stuff, different items printed in 3D, or they say they were able to automate microcontrollers to streamline the, for example, plant watering process at home. So it becomes everyday technology. We keep traveling across the country. We have 16 mobile future labs, one bus, one van like this, in each Polish province. We visit schools, we inspire teachers, pupils, how to use new technologies in different subjects. I'll tell you later about how it can be done in different subjects. Okay, let's have a look at another slide. So what are the outcomes? We have visited 630 schools with our mobile lab. We keep going. We will travel the country until the next year, until the end of the next year. We have some invitations from different schools. So perhaps we will think about how to make it possible to visit everybody who wants it. And now let's move to high schools, secondary schools. We also remember about them and about the competencies of the future. So we have this new subject to replace the basics of entrepreneurship. So it's a limited reform, I might say, but this is where we want to get a foothold to maybe make schools rethink what the school leaving exams, matura, can be like. We assume that about 30%, which is the result, the total of the result of the school leaving exams, should be practical knowledge, probably a team project. So teamwork, cooperation will be part of the final exam. So that's the idea for the time being. And another thing, because we completed a survey among high schoolers, they said about 60% said they acquire soft skills outside school. This is what they responded. That's relevant information. So without keeping any longer, thank you very much for having me. I'm here at your disposal. If you are not able to approach me today, you can contact me via LinkedIn. We can continue talking about the school of the future, education of the future that we need to design today, like with any other investment. Investment, because it is truly an investment. We have to start early, we have to plan well to reap the benefits as soon as possible. Thank you very much and have fruitful debates.
Thank you very much. In a moment, we'll continue with the proceedings that Justyna is going to be a part of in the first panel of the day. A few words from the representative of local authorities. And we know that we need to set a direction for the meeting. And also the local government has something to say in the matter. So I'd like to ask Bartłomiej Bałaban, member of the board of Lubelskie Voivodeship. Dear all, dear plenipotentiary, the President, I'm happy to have here the MP of the Polish government, Polish Parliament. We've got Grzegorz Napieralski, another MP, together with us. Good morning. I have a short speech prepared for you today, but I remember a story involving a friend of mine, a professor, at one of his lectures at the Institute of National Remembrance, took the floor, and one professor said to him, well, listen, do you have anything prepared? Or are you just going to improvise? And he says, no, I'm just going to say what I want to say, speak my mind straight from the heart, straight from my head. So the professor was speaking straight from his head, making something out of nothing. This is what I will do today. I've got no presentation prepared for now. And it's a sign of the times, I would say. I would say to you, here with us, who are here on site, or who are here online with us, the room is big, but many of the people who are here with us are not in this room here on site, are with us digitally. So I'd like to welcome also those of us who are here with us, but not on site, not in the room with me today. I was wondering why I was selected by the governor of the Lubelskie province, and maybe I'm not the oldest one who ever held this office. I remember some things. I remember the beginnings of the digital transformation at the verge of the 80s, the 90s. I remember what schools looked like at that time. And let me tell you this, I'm happy schools have changed. I'm extremely happy schools are more modern, cutting edge, that they're using digital technologies, that they're entering truly the 21st century. And we should be thanking and should be grateful to Przemysław Czarnek, the Minister of Education. I'm a father of three. I've got three daughters, and I can see how my daughters can benefit from the new digital tools at school. And, well, I'm closely observing the changes. As a young boy, I worked on Polish computers, Polish PCs. I think these were Spectrum PCs. The monitors, monochromatic ones called Elvro, were black and green. This is distant past. If somebody buys a computer like that, it's for when they're having a museum or when they're keeping a museum to boast a relic like this. The computers were very poor, very limited in scope, but they were fun. I remember classes being the most interesting ones of those we had. All we wanted to do was to launch the computers, play games, and the teacher would tell us, let's not play games, let's use first software that appeared, let's learn from the software. So it was all taking baby steps then. After 2 years of the pandemic, there was a big boost in the development. When we're meeting as board members, our presidents, members of the board are here with us digitally. We may have a talk with them, have proceedings with them, but online, not face-to-face. So technology is making a lot of things easier, but it's also making a whole lot of things extremely difficult. We mustn't forget that human contact, human relationship should be about a face-to-face meeting, shaking hands, being in the same room with a person, being close together. Why am I telling you this? Digital education is needed, but at the same time we should be aware of the dangers that come with it. We should be prepared for the danger, we should anticipate it, we should have in the back of our mind some background knowledge about how to tackle these problems. Our knowledge should be based on solid foundations. I'll give you an interesting case of Pablo Picasso. And until he was 12, 13, he would paint beautiful classicist paintings, photorealistic ones. He was very well trained, but after he developed this set of skills, he could move past it. He could create a whole bunch of different paintings using a different style. He introduced a new form in painting as an originator of it, as an innovative painter. So I'm inviting my students to first base your new knowledge on the body of knowledge already existing, and then use the digital tools, digitization, and just technological progress to build on that and not to disregard it. I recently used VR headsets, VR goggles, and this was a surprise to me. I'm using a tablet as well, so maybe I'm not that old. I can still use such technologies. And the tablet itself, I'm not going to be using today because reading off lists of members of meetings would be tiring and not too interesting for the audience. So I've recently used these VR goggles. The plenipotentiary mentioned 3D printers that can make things that were unthinkable in the past. We can show it to the young people, we can use it ourselves. So coming back, I was wearing these 3D, VR glasses, and you can use it to operate a 3D printer, and then you can save some of the money. So you can combine various elements, various different technologies together and operate them virtually, manually. That's extremely interesting. It's opening a whole new world of possibilities. And at the beginning I mentioned computers that appeared. They used to be limited in scope, in their processing power. We were not able to do certain operations using those PCs, and we maybe thought that we couldn't do much with them. Now, as it turns out, the possibilities are endless. We are standing at the verge of a breakthrough. We see that we are able to think up more solutions, we can be more creative, more reasoned behind our endeavors, but we have to remember that we're the guardians of the technology. We are the creators, the individuals that bring this technology to life, and we should maintain human contact, human relationships, and also a very important link to the body of knowledge that made it all possible. We shouldn't forget about the knowledge from the past, because this knowledge is making it all possible and building something new that's better for the future. Plenipotentiary mentioned software that's allowing you to, well, manually water your plants at home using computer program. I still do it in a manual way. I encourage my daughters to do it with a watering can. So in the future, maybe instead of succulents, be able to finally get some flowers that that require frequent watering. I'll be sure that they don't wither in the future, because the machine will take care of watering them. So technologies are entering school, and I wish that we all use it better, that we all are better as people. So I wish you all very productive proceedings on behalf of the Marshal, the Governor of Lublin Province, Mr. Stawarski. Thank you.
Dziękujemy serdecznie. Pytanie dotyczące tego, kto bardziej systematycznie...
Thank you for the introductory speech. And the question as to who is going to be watering the plants more frequently, you, your daughters, or AI? Maybe if we meet next time, we can ask you the question, which one it was, based on the state of your flowers in your house. So we're beginning the first discussion panel. And this one will be conducted in English. You have interpreting into Polish available. Those of you who are with us online will be able to listen to the interpretation as well. Michał Kanownik mentioned a parallel event to this one upstairs, so that you know it starts after 11 and you're not missing out on anything just yet. Those of you online will be able to switch to the second channel, the second meeting, the parallel meeting. Moving on to the first panel, switching into English.
Meet our guests for the first panel. So with us here on site are Valeria Dukic, Education and Government Relations Lead at Anthill, representing also Digital National Alliance in Bulgaria. Good morning. Maria Rahamagi, founder of Edumus from Estonia. Justyna Orłowska and Michał Kanownik, you already know. Please join us. And joining us online are Alexander Angelov, member of the Innovative Schools Commission at Ministry of Education and Science in Bulgaria, and George Sarbu, community manager at Innovation Labs in Romania. Good morning, everyone, once again. And I would wish to start to kick this off with a question that, to Michał, that you have partially already answered, but if you can elaborate on, you both have mentioned the new professions of the future, but it's not like a future in 2 centuries, it's a future in probably next 1, 2, 3, 5 years. So I understand business is foreseeing this, is trying to prepare their future employees to be able to take on the challenges that those new professions will bring. If you can elaborate on that, how that is, how's business seeing that?
Sure. Of course, we can discuss about future in business many hours, but very shortly. I mentioned on the beginning why business is involved in discussion about digitalization process in education. Exactly that's why, because we have to take care about our future employees and young peoples who are right now in schools. After a few years of education, will start the journey in adults' life, and they will have to find some job. And frankly speaking, I can't imagine even one profession without necessary digital skills right now. Even in agriculture right now, we can't imagine a modern village without digital technology right now. So that's why so it's important, so important to discuss and prepare our schools, our pupils, our teachers for this revolution. And prepare our pupils to start their adult life and to become a very good employees for future, and build them modern digital skills based on two things. First, new technology and of course laboratory przyszłości, for example, all equipment which is delivered to schools right now, on the one hand. And second one, it's crucial to build awareness of this revolution in teachers' heads. And we must prepare teachers for this revolution, and we have to prepare teachers how to explain new technologies, new future world to young people, and how to use this technology to make our life more simple. It's crucial for us. New technology, digital technology, must help us in our lives to solve our problems right now, and this is crucial for our future, to explain how to use this technology, how to use this knowledge in a modern innovation school. And I believe that Poland and whole CEE region is ready for this revolution, and we will use this opportunity, which is right now on the table.
Valeria, because you're representing the business side and an IT sector, on one hand, we would say, maybe joking a bit, that if there's someone truly competent in the, say, information sector or computers, basically, it's the kids who like pretty much spend most of the time with that. But this would be, as I said, kind of a joke. As for a professional, I believe what you are saying is, or the question is, are you seeing this going into a professional way as well? As for a person from the IT sector creating teams for IT, do you see those kids being taught information techniques or technology the proper way, for the useful way for what you represent?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having us. Thank you, Cyfrowa Polska, for organizing this event. We see Cyfrowa Polska as the natural leader in our region to the digitalization. So we support all initiatives, and we'll continue to do so because we believe that only together we could go faster and more sustainably towards our common goals. So, Michal, you asked a lot of questions, in fact.
Okay.
And what we see in Bulgaria, with reference to kids being prepared for the workforce, from the point of view of a business organization, we see that, yeah, kids have digital skills, definitely, but this is not enough. And they need to acquire other sets of skills that are required within the workforce and are required in order for the kids to start their careers. So there are a lot of initiatives and projects in Bulgaria, but really the IT sector, that is the fastest growing sector in Bulgaria, and just last year its growth was over 22%. So the IT sector is doing a lot of things, really, funding a lot of initiatives. For example, there is an organization in Bulgaria called Telerik Academy, who provide two types of digital skills programs for adults, reskilling and upskilling programs for adults who want to enter the IT sector, and another set of programs who are aimed at children. They're free of charge. They're aimed at children from 9 to 18 years of age. And they are probably in over 70 locations in Bulgaria, carried out in over 70 locations in Bulgaria every year for about 10 years now. So how do they manage to, this Telerik Academy, how do they manage to finance, to fund these free of charge programs for children? Well, with the help of the IT sector and companies like Anthea, where I work, so that we give kids, that we ignite the kids' desire to enter the IT sector, of course, But not only that, no one would say from the IT that everyone should be a developer or start as a developer. No, Telerik Academy build their programs around digital skills and coding programs as well, but they give the kids real projects with real cases and real scale and impact on the environment and people. So this builds in children product thinking, entrepreneurial thinking, and many other sets of skills that are required for the people in the future. But honestly, my point of view is that we don't have to prepare the kids only. We have to reskill the adults as well. And we should not let them stay behind, because in 20 years, the kids that have developed digital skills today will have to develop another set of skills that we don't know what it would be. So, yeah, a long answer.
I could, for, as you said, many questions. One would think that if there's a perfect place for this, like a role model country for everyone, this would be Estonia, Maria. And like, if Estonia has all of the answers when it comes to digitalization of business, is it also the case with education?
Well, I think that it's a bit of an oversell. We are working on the answers in Estonia as well. And there's actually quite active discussions on how to digitalize education more while still keeping this like in-person learning and social aspects to it as well. So it wouldn't be just, I don't know, video classes for 12 years in a row. And for example, what we are doing with Edumus School and also with the help of European Commission's EdTech accelerator that we're participating in is exactly exploring how can we implement digital education more, and especially my personal interest, how can we open the education system up so it wouldn't have to be all-knowing ministers of education who would know exactly how much AI skills or applied biology or whatever other technology skills do we need to have in the education system, but the education system would be more open to different contributors and thus more dynamic and resilient.
Thank you for that, and just letting the gentlemen who are joining us online know we did not forget about you. In fact, I would like to ask a question to Alexander, going a bit towards the public sector, and then to elaborate on that with Justyna as well. But we've seen Justyna's presentation and a bit, just a tiny little piece of what the Polish perspective is, and I'm wondering what Bulgarian perspective towards the transformation of education is, the digital transformation, and what actions are you taking in Bulgaria to tackle this, to face it?
Thank you, and hello everyone. I will start with a metaphor. I think that you all said that we are hungry for digital skills for our youngest citizen, kids, children, school-age learners and university learners. And then we throw technology to the field over there. And I pretty much understand, like, we are staying hungry on a field and we have all the agricultural machinery around us. But in order to get from this agricultural machinery to real bread that we can really eat and grow further, there is a long process that is not necessary at place. So what I'm saying is that in order to grow digital skills, the youngest people, you need a community of people who know how to grow the food, how to cook it, how to serve it to everyone. And this is a very long process. Just for example, the Finnish educational reform lasted 25 years. So what we see right now in Scandinavian countries, and Estonia is not an exception in that case. I recently been to Estonia and I've been all those countries around the world who are very successful, is that they really started a long time ago. So I would like to focus the attention of all the stakeholders that are in the room and on this wonderful forum that you have, that there is no direct correlation between the amount of technology that you drop in the system and the digital skills. The correlation is amplified by the readiness of the educational community. And we started innovative schools program for throughout the country, though I also work in the private sector, but I'm part of that National Commission of Innovative Schools that started in 2017. And long story short, we are totally convinced that if you have 5-year-long intervention with a significant group of educators, principals of schools, which happen to be the most important decision makers on system level, besides the policy. And if you grow digital skills there, if you do school in the cloud projects, or you do projects like providing devices to every student and teacher with the right methodology and preparation, in 5 years, you may be ready to harvest some food and be ready to really see actual results. And just a very small example, we've seen so many huge technology deployments all around Europe, like tens of thousands of computers and hundreds of thousands of computers because of COVID. Significant part of those are not even managed devices. So you drop 20, 30, 50,000 computers in one country, and there is no single place that you can see who is using that device and what is the usage, what kind of systems they use there. And it's so simple. It's just one line in the specifications. So I would say, yes, we are very hungry. Yes, we have all this machinery, but we really have to think about the people who will be driving the harvest machine and then the people doing the bread for us. And then to be happy to see our children grow. Thanks.
That especially the last part about children, since we're discussing education, and if I have a perspective, this would only be the one of a parent, and so this I want to direct to Justyna, because my daughter is 2nd grade, she's almost 8. My partner's son is 11, and although we see them being dragged into, say, computer technology and so on, I do have a feeling, and you mentioned how new subjects are how it is a new approach, but I do have still a feeling of this is same old school. Like this is not a revolution. Maybe there's bits of it, but I still feel like, okay, so this is same thing I was learning some years ago.
Thank you for this question, because it's what our Finnish colleague said, that it takes time. You mentioned that it is 25 years, yeah? Am I right? That to transform educational system in Finland, yeah? So it's like it's educational systems. They don't like revolutions, you mentioned. They like evolution. And it is why? Because it is a very complex system. You have teachers, you have parents, you have children. It's like you think about school, you think about them, but it's not enough. Mm-hmm. It is central government, it is the local government, it is the people who are educators, NGOs, etc., etc. So it is a set of many parties that are participating in order to facilitate education from the very beginning for our children and later on teenagers. So that is why the feeling is, it can be like, okay, so it's just the fast internet, broadband, yeah, but it is, yeah, there it is. It is just, there are just 3D printers, something like that, but there are already, yeah. And it's at the same time, okay, it is another new subject, but it is another new it is a new subject that is taken care of, but will be totally different subject because of totally different maturity exam, etc., etc. And after that, you merge all those things, and it should be felt like it's evolution, not revolution, because otherwise it will be too much like stress in the system and stress around us that we are, you know, we are running revolution, because it takes time. Good reforms takes time.
Okay, I'm picking this up, taking it to George. Yes, I remember you're there. We've not forgotten. So we've kind of clashed the ideas of this being a revolution or an evolution. Do you support what Justyna has said, that it is a process that needs to take time, or should we just, you know, dive into it straight ahead?
This is such a nice launchpad for me. So I have many hats. Right now, right here, I represent the Romanian Digital Skills Coalition as part of an accelerator that we have for startups. But I also have government hats, and I have civil society hats. And I think this is a constant discussion that we are always going back to. With my startup hat, so we do at Innovation Labs in Romania, we do startups with students for digital technology. Naturally, some of them are for edutech. These startups would naturally want to see a revolution. They're very innovative, is the nature of the program and the nature of a startup. We built this thing. We want it adopted now. Why are millions of children using it across the country? Why are we so slow? But then I have my government hat, and I know everything about the management of change. The management of change is a tricky situation. Even if you have like 100 people in an institution like the Ministry of Research, where I also work, imagine if we have millions of teachers, parents, and school children. And Justyna mentioned all the stakeholders, and that they're all correct. And I think there are some more as well. And with so many stakeholders, I think in reality, evolution is what you expect. But how do you get evolution? And I think this goes back to what Alex was saying about evolution being a result of many years' worth of investing sort of wisely, not necessarily in terms of money, although the funds are definitely an issue, but more of what do we do with our beneficiaries, so our stakeholders. So let me just 30 seconds structure my thoughts a bit. First, what do we do to get evolution and maybe at the end see some kind of revolution? We need, and it was well mentioned already, I'll just skim through it, we need digital skills by lecturers, teachers. We don't have that. We need more than that, we need a change in mindset for teachers. And this needs to happen top down, I think, a bit, because you see bottom up where you have sporadic success stories where you have one very enthusiastic teacher applying new technology or new methodology, but that is not taken up by everyone, either because they don't know about that or because they don't like to learn new things unless they're being forced to. And the sad reality is that we might have to pressure teachers a bit to adopt some of the new technologies and some of this mindset to evolve. Then there is funds, major issue. We've had significant European funds in Romania as well, and while we're very low in these rankings, we are making progress. And it's true, we've dropped hundreds of thousands actually of tablets and laptops over the COVID pandemic onto families because they did not have that, and they still don't have enough of those. But they're still not very secure. There's still no sort of gradual or big infrastructure in place to bring all those together. And finally, there's legislation. If you don't allow in your legislation for the kind of piloting that our startups are doing, there's no way there can be even the chance of a revolution, right? So if for instance, two examples, and I'll start with this. We have an app that one of our startups has been building since last year, which is an AI-based app for teaching year 1 to 4, so primary school children to write. So it's AI-based and gamified, and it's very easy for them to play and at the same time learn how to write letters and do simple maths and that kind of thing. It's completely automated, no teacher involvement necessary, maybe at the end to sort of give them a pat on the back. And then there's a very intelligent whiteboard that they've built that teachers can be using, and it's built with the curricula in mind, which is not really something that you see with most intelligent whiteboards, right? So these are two examples that are very difficult to adopt because the Ministry of Education in Romania, and I've been involved with it, and I know it's a struggle. I'm not criticizing. There's no clear way how a school could adopt that, learn from it, and then disperse this. And unless we have these mechanics in place, I think their lessons will be much more difficult to learn in the future. And I think we need to learn a lot because this is very new in many ways. And I don't think it's fair to expect a giant revolution, to expect that someone will just pass a law and then there will be digitalization, digital, AI everywhere, and everyone will be so very happy with digital education. I think a lot of people will be upset, and we need to do it with a very gradual, step-by-step pilot project. Thank you.
Two sentences I have to add, because in these words I found few crucial words, and I would like to mix these words in my sentence. First, revolution, evolution. I think that we have technology possibilities to make revolution in schools, but fortunately, we have growing awareness that we need evolution, not revolution. And this is a very important thing. And one word which is, I think, in my opinion, when I heard our friends from Romania and Bulgaria, very important, that we have to understand that this process of digital transformation in schools is never-ending process. I can't imagine a moment that we will be able to say it's finished.
Done.
No. It's never-ending process, never-ending story. We will have to invest in this evolution every year, and we have to prepare next classes to this evolution, and we have to remember it's never-ending process.
We have like 15 minutes left, and I want to discuss one of the tiers that you have mentioned before, which is because Alexander has mentioned, yes, it is possible to drop 50,000 laptops on people, or actually, which is, and it is a thing that you had to do. We had pandemic, we had the program as well of supporting students with our pupils with computers, but the other thing is if teachers, principals are able to keep up with the pace. Again, just a very short thing from my personal perspective, being a member of the Parents' Council at school, which is like a body in public schools in Poland. We had a meeting with the principal, and one of the parents asked, okay, how about those 3D printers? Could you give any details about this? Oh yeah, we do have them, was the answer. And she was like, okay, and how are you using them? We are using them. Could we have anything more about? I don't know. It's ask computers teacher. I was like, so this was like the underappreciation probably of the whole process. So I want to ask a question.
So you need to apply for mobile laboratories.
Probably.
And we will come to your school.
Anyway, do you see this as like maybe the biggest challenge to change the approach of teachers to maybe improve their skills? Whoever feels like Maria.
Yes. What I see is that we have a really tall ask for our regular teachers because they are pedagogical experts, but they cannot be experts in 3D printing, AI, production, and all those other thousands of different jobs and professions out there. So I see that we should have schools a bit more open. In Estonia already we have started an initiative, and there are many out there which involve people from different professions to come and teach, but this specific area that they are experts in. And they can become role models, and they know perfectly well how to, for example, use those 3D printers and how they are used in today's industries as well. So it's not just, playing around, but they can make parallels with the future professions and help thus students create those paths.
And who would be doing this? Like, who would be telling teachers that they should improve their skills? I don't see, honestly, I can only see the public sector to an extent doing this.
But I think we are already working in the absolutely maximum kind of capacity of the teachers. We can't ask them more. Like, they will not develop 25th hour of the day. So this way we should ask teachers to be able to like focus on the pedagogies, focus on teaching the core subjects, and actually open the education system up for those additional skills. So because other people, the people from the industry, are very eager and happy to come and contribute if they are let to do so.
And what can business do with that? How can business be, or is already involved in that? Maybe.
Well, Alexander wanted to add something. I noticed he raised his hand, so let's give the word to him.
Thank you, Valeria. Good to see you there. I would like to bring very briefly 4 topics here. Number 1, I'm actually in the university, I'm delivering lectures and hands-on experience to future principals of schools. And I have 2 days to work with them on how to manage a school in a digital environment, 2 days for the whole year. And after the second day, every time that they tell me, everything they teach us for 4 years in this master degree, you tell us to do exactly the opposite for those 2 days. So this is number 1. Number 2 is exactly as Maria said, we can't ask too much more from teachers, but we opening up for other experts is one way. Another way is to make the principals of schools more competent on digital transformation, because my observations are that basically in every educational system around the world, the number of principals, the total number of principals can be reached in meaningful activities. If you really need to get all the principals understand something, you can totally do that, almost regardless of how big the country is. I don't mean 1 billion people countries, but 10, 20, 30, 50 million people countries, you can totally do that. And this is the biggest return of investment. So every transformation starts from the middle management, as you all know, like you're all leading processes. And the middle management in the education systems around the world are the school principals. So trainings for them first, and then for teachers on digital skills and digital transformation is crucial. And I have an example from my practice. One city in Bulgaria, which is 0.3 million people city, 300,000 people, they went through all through digital transformation to all the schools before COVID. And they were the best performing region in the country during COVID because of that investment. They had 52 city schools, and they started with training all the teachers to using cloud platforms, accounts, and so on and so forth in 2017. And then they didn't have these 2 months of hard time to set up everything for the online classes. They all had it set up like a year before that. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I would like to add 2 things, because we are focusing, of course, it's natural, on education, but I would like to add to my thoughts about first regional level, because I think that is crucial, because we get to know something more about Bulgarian, Romanian, Estonian solutions. I think it's crucial that in our region, in CEE region, in 3 Cs region, we have to build some platform for exchange our experiences, our best practices, to build knowledge, how to build common system, how to prepare our pupils for future, how to build a strong digital economy in our region. It is impossible without a modern educational system. So first, my thoughts about this regional cooperation. So that's why I think that our Ministry of Education, for example, together with Ministry of Digital Affairs, should start to build some platform for exchanges these practices. And second one, we have to remember during discussion about education and digital transformation in education that it must be compared to level of digital transformation of whole economy, whole country, especially of business, because it's impossible to build a modern digital young small entrepreneurs, for example, on one hand, without a digital education system, and it's impossible to prepare pupils, young people for a digital world for the future without investing in digital startups, digital solutions for young entrepreneurs. So it's crucial. We have to remember that we are discussing about digital transformation of schools, but on the other hand, we have to remember about digital transformation of whole country, whole economy, not only in Poland, but in whole region.
Okay, so how do we combine, if you have thoughts, the involvement of the business sector, the private sector, in the educational system? As you have mentioned, it's hard to demand from the teachers to develop even further, although they are, I guess, trying their best, most of them. So how do we involve the private sector into all this? Valerie?
Yeah, I would like to answer that. In Bulgaria, we have in the upper secondary education this practice of dual education, which was allowed by the new law which entered into force in 2016. It involves practical trainings in companies in grades 10, 11, and 12, as far as I remember. Please, Alexander, correct me if I'm wrong, or in 11th and 12th grades anyway. But it involves a lot of paperwork for the companies and a lot of additional trainings for the people who would train the kids in the companies, which is a heavy burden for the business, because the business should take care of the business, and being able to help the schools build the necessary knowledge and skills in children is a voluntary work. In fact, it's of course not paid. And it doesn't guarantee you that the kids that graduate the gymnasium that you support will come to work for you. There's no guarantee, and no one requires it. So many companies started and entered this process of educating with practical skills, educating kids from the upper secondary school. But some of them now decided that it's too much, and there is an ongoing discussion in Bulgaria about how this practical approach to acquiring skills for the business should be restructured, whether it should be some partnership between the business and the universities, probably some other type of partnership between businesses who would organize dual educational centers and would gather the students in these centers and send their professionals to the centers to guide and teach the kids. So it's an ongoing discussion in Bulgaria right now, but definitely there's a need and a desire from the industry to help the educational system, because we all see it is a necessity, a pressing one, in fact.
You said this needs restructuring. I have a feeling, at least from our perspective, maybe, our Polish perspective, that it needs structuring in the first place. Like, I have a feeling, okay, so there are, for example, VR labs that are possible for children to participate in, but there's no structure for it. A parent comes and says, hi, you know what, I read about this initiative. Maybe let's talk with our teacher about it. Then she takes it to the principal, and the principal says, meh, or she's enthusiastic, and then it happens. But there's no, like, I don't see a structure for this. Or maybe, Justyna?
But you are saying that somebody should tell, okay, everybody is using this in this way.
No, I'm not saying, I mean, if this is not mandatory, if it's a thing that you can join, it's great. I feel, or maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like it's, if you have to come up with the idea. You as a parent, you as just a common person. There's no place that the school goes to and says, "Hi, we want to do cool stuff with computers. What can you offer for us?" Who does that?
So I am very grateful for the whole big tech and tech companies in Poland and in the region and in the world too, because there are also representatives of American and other countries' companies here in Lublin. So I am very grateful because you are participating. You asked what they are doing. They are doing a lot, and it is. I can say that it's not enough time to have to participate in every initiative as a school now, and maybe it's easy to say, okay, we need to promote it more. And as a Ministry of Education and Science, we are cooperating with all of you, and we are promoting as we can, and we are sending via our databases to all the schools, because we have such a system, and so we can get to every school via this system. So the answer, but we are talking about like the attitude, I can say.
When you say you have this, this just brings it down to an attitude of this teacher or a principal who says like, I want to do it for the kids in my school, or I don't care.
Yeah, but it's all about that. It's not only at school. It's at schools. It's also at our offices. Yeah, when someone, okay, I will go out at 5 p.m. or says for.
That's why it's evolution, not revolution. That's why.
It's all about
so
the
you
mindsets.
are wrong.
I'm happy to know that this is happening, and still I have a feeling of like the business and the, say, structured sectors are doing maybe their best, and then it comes down to if a person who gets the message is eager to do it or not. Maria.
Yeah, one thing where I see a biggest difference in like the business sector and education sector is unfortunately the incentives. In private businesses, there are incentives to automate, for example, to use this technology, because that will end up in firstly like bigger profits, but also the opportunity to make the people's jobs more interesting, so they don't have to be, I don't know, a production line anymore, but they can be the people who are managing the automated production line. And what I would like to think about in education system, how do we create those incentives in that system? How can we make the teachers' jobs firstly more effective by using different technologies, and then make their jobs more productive, so they would feel that they are winning from it as well. And I feel that in the education system right now, we are lacking those incentives. Teachers, unfortunately, are afraid of losing their jobs, even though we have huge lack of teachers. So I think that indeed we were discussing this mentality or way of thought, and I think that this should be changed.
Making this a conclusion, making this the last point. Valeria? Oh, yes. Yeah, Gorga.
Right. Can I just tack on to that?
Yeah,
just
sure.
30 seconds. First, I agree with what you said about the teachers being overcrowded, and I think we're being sci-fi here. Huge resource demand, but just think about it. What if we had technicians assisting every teacher? They keep being experts in pedagogy, but you have technicians aiding every teacher. I know it's sci-fi, you can never have enough teachers, let alone technicians assisting every teacher. Then onto automation. And I think this is where they meet somehow, because we have the technology, we have support from companies, and we have even some enthusiastic teachers who have done this and can employ automation, VR, AR, all these technologies. And I'll just leave you with this. We have been looking at education in this very industrial kind of way. Education is like a business. Let's digitally transform the back office and do online grading, have an online database, have a virtual library of all the books, so they don't have to carry a heavy weight on their school bags, all that. So that's the business side of education. But think of what if we automate everything And then we have teachers left with doing quote unquote nothing. Well, that's actually not nothing. School and education is about building character and building a community. And I think when we approach digital transformation of education, we should not only think about, oh, let's have this Google Classroom or whatever, let's have this Teams, let's have this Zoom, let's have this and this platform, because then we forget that education, I mean, one of the important things of school for pupils is that they go there and they meet each other and they socialize and they develop their characters. And I think when you add this on top, teachers become some unreplaceable piece in this machine. And I think this is the mindset that I need to learn. That you're safe. We automate the mundane tasks that you did, the actual instruction side of things, but now you manage their discussion, their groups, and their meetings. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Well, I think that when I look at the most successful Estonian technology companies, they have been able to create lots of value in the world by automating many processes, but they still have thousands of workers, community managers, people doing very high-tech jobs, but still having very much this social setting and very people-centric approach. So we shouldn't be afraid that by automating some parts of the education system that this will be lost, because it's not going to be the case.
So can I make not being afraid of what's happening the final point of this discussion? Thank you very much. And I see we could be driving this even further, but let's conclude in here. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm super sorry for not seeing every time you wanted to say something being online, but thank you very much for being with us. It was, I believe, a fruitful discussion. Thanks a lot. Applause, please. I understand Michał and Justyna are staying on stage. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Szanowni Państwo,
Dear all, so I already mentioned, I would say this when I was giving my presentation, and well, I wanted to keep the suspense to make it more emotional. We organized, together with Digital Poland as Ministry of Science of Education and the GovTech Poland, a award for teachers and students for a dream lesson using labs of the future, microcontrollers, 3D printers, VR goggles, because these were some of the pieces of equipment that was used and is being used in Poland in labs of the future. And I'm extremely grateful that we had multiple entries, hundreds of entries from teachers, students all across Poland, and they created their dream lessons, submitted entries. And well, the moderator of the discussion mentioned before that when you asked at school about 3D printer, you were sent to IT teacher at school. And through our competition, we want to say that new technologies can be used in every class, in Polish class, biology class. They can be used in history class as well. Every subject can benefit from new technologies, and this is what our entries and those who submitted them showed, presenting or creating their dream lessons. So without further ado, I'm sure that you are eager to find out who won the competition. So I'd like Michał Kanownik to read out the list of laureates. So all of the works were extremely interesting. It was we found it difficult to find the winners, but we managed. There are 3 winners in primary schools and among teachers, but I'll start with an honorary mention, a distinction, because it is an important, well, kind of hint to us. We awarded Anna Ryżek's work from secondary school. Why is it a distinction and not an award? Because there are no labs of the future in secondary school, but this work shows how much they're needed, also in secondary schools. So I hope that Anna, in the future, will be able to create her own lesson of the future, using equipment from the lab of the future in secondary school. And, well, I pay my respects to the Minister of Finance in the ministry. We send our regards to the minister. We hope that some funds will be allocated to this investment for secondary schools. Let us move on to winners of the competitions. Let's start with the students of primary schools. Third place, Alicja Stec, primary school of John Paul II, Stare Wiśnic. And we'd like to welcome you to collect your award. Alicja, please stay with us on stage. We'll take a picture together at the end. Second place, primary schools, Wiktoria Kokoszka, primary school, John Paul II, Stare Wiśnic. And for the winner, number one, Antoni Ryczkiewicz, primary school in Żywiec. Antoni wasn't able to come here to us, but round of applause to him. We'll send the award via post to him. So unfortunately, he's not here with us. I'm hoping he's now using a lab of the future as we speak. Now on to the teachers. Third place, Joanna Tarnowska, Lejko, primary school number 3 in Mielec. She's also teaching at this moment. She wasn't able to come to us. We'll send her the award, but again, congratulations. Round of applause for the winner. Second and first place. It was difficult for us to make the choice, but after a long discussion, we managed to identify the winner. Second place, Iwona Łyczkowska, math teacher, primary school number 2, Stefan Starzyński, in Nasielsko. Please come to collect your award. So please stay with us for a while longer. And finally, the winner, an absolutely fantastic work, fantastic lesson. We didn't agree on it beforehand, but I think we should make a commitment now to go to this school to look at this lesson with our own eyes, because the work was fantastic, the idea was fantastic. Marcin Duda from Kraków. So we'd like to congratulate all the winners. We'll send rewards to those who are not here with us via post. Congratulations for the ones distinguished, and we promised to go to Kraków, and I think we'll go to Siedlce to see the lessons of the future. Congratulations once again. At this point, at a meeting, a conference like this, an important moment comes. The important moment being the break, of course, coffee break. And coming back to one item in the agenda we've mentioned, the parallel meeting upstairs. Right about now, it's supposed to start in S4 room. To those of you who are online with us, this is channel 2. And this is a chat with Kamil Wroński, the youngest student, university student in Poland, who studies here at the Lublin University of Technology. Moderator of this talk is Paweł Wojciechowski from In Poland. 11:30, we'll continue with the presentation on the digital tools in education sector about the Galas Google for Education. And at 12, another presentation on digital competencies based on Lenovo solutions. Sylwester Wójcik from Lenovo Poland is the speaker. So these are the parallel meetings, room number 4, S4, channel number 2 on Zoom. So let's have a break and meet 11:30. Have a
A zatem raz jeszcze mam nadzieję, że po tej przerwie z równą werwą, jak kończyliśmy poprzednią dyskusję.
Hello again. I hope you enjoyed your coffee. You're full of energy to continue with our next panel. This panel will address yet another set of challenges for education of the future. I think this really affects all the stakeholders in the school system, education system. And our speakers are Grzegorz Napieralski, member of the Polish Parliament and head of the Parliamentary Commission for New Technologies and Digitalisation.
Agnieszka Olszewska, założycielka i prezeska Edison Primary School. Dzień dobry. Anna Rywczyńska, kierownik zespołu edukacji cyfrowej.
Of course, we have Jasna Orłowska here with us. And Mart Aro online, manager of EdTech Estonia, Paweł Czerwony, head of education in Google, Agnieszka Olszewska, Edison Primary School, and Jeremy Jędrzejkowski from the Rzeczpospolita Daily will moderate your discussion.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Bardzo miło mi, że mam ten zaszczyt poprowadzić.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to host this panel with very competent speakers.
Mam nadzieję, że to będzie dobra okazja.
I hope this will be a great opportunity to hear from them some very interesting points, interesting facts. This debate is going to be a bit more detail-oriented. The opening panel was set in a broader context, but here we talk about challenges in the first place. Edu challenge number one, which is technology. So we will dive deep into tools, into technologies. Technology is changing so rapidly, is growing so rapidly, that it revolutionizes not only the way we learn, but they change our everyday life. And 2.5 years ago, we were put to test where we had to shift to remote work, remote education. Back then, we thought online school was the song of the future, something that the future will bring, but over there, we had to face it almost overnight, and I believe we succeeded. So, talking about the technologies of the future, they come earlier than we originally expect. So, we're going to talk about the future and educational tools that cover a very sensitive part of our lives, particularly the lives of children. And we, in a way, test these technologies, and we try to tell the difference between those more and less valuable or useful. So, for example, whether a virtual board is better than a blackboard with the real chalk. So the speakers on stage are different experts, practitioners, representatives of government institutions, and we have representative of the parliament, the legislator, and of course of organization that develops tools for education. Let's start from a very practical aspect. Agnieszka, in your school, on your website of your school, when there's a mission statement and you say, we use the technology of tomorrow and we teach competencies of tomorrow. So what technologies of tomorrow are you using already in your school? Well, thank you first very much for having me on this panel. We have spoken and heard a lot about technologies today, but as you put it, the technologies of tomorrow are just a means, just tools that we have employed in our school, of course, but Before I answer your question, I also have a question to you. So, a question for a question. So, what's the function, what's the role of school today? If the role is to prepare a student to be an adult, to live, to enter adult world, so the question is, what competence, what set of competencies does this person need to manage as a grown-up? So, our body of teachers also tried to respond to this question. So we saw the world full of technology, digital transformation. So we thought we should deliver such competence sets to our pupils to make them handle these digital challenges of today. The world is new technologies today. We live in this world. So the earlier we teach children to use these resources, the better for the child before they enter adulthood, before they enter the labor market. In our school, we use the Apple ecosystem. Every student has a device, for example, iPad. Every student has one. They use it for daily classes as a tool. Let me stress that. It seems like a very simple sentence, but it's, revolutionary. Technologies help learn, they support science, they support learning. If you teach your child, your student, how to use it effectively, responsibly, these tools gain a great value. And the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, showed that teachers and students moving from on-site to online education, it took us 1 day in my school. And this new environment, home learning, was as attractive as traditional education for our students. And our teachers were in a position, were competent to start teaching online because they had already had equipment and multimedia competence. So we believe that, as I said earlier, the technology is just a means. And the pandemic had, of course, its dark sides, so I'm not saying it was a great time altogether, but it was a great lesson, great experience for us, because our parents were able to see the first-hand how we worked, how we used technologies for learning, and they became great allies, great advocates of our processes of digitization at school. So, in a nutshell, what technologies of tomorrow are used today? So first, using devices is just a means. What we see in the first place is a change of approach to education, because today teachers have slightly different roles, different tasks to complete. They not only deliver knowledge, they share knowledge, they should grow competence. And the students, they have tools to get information within seconds online. So they can get this knowledge fast, that's a fact, but competence is something else, because the devices don't teach competence. That's the role of the school. And that's the point in my establishment. Social competence, competences of the future, interdisciplinarity, critical thinking, creativity, this is what we focus in our school. Well, of course, I still believe the traditional approach is still valuable, because the teacher must be a person having awareness. They need to have skills, knowledge, and the capacity to share knowledge. So this traditional set of skills should also be there. Well, of course, but a teacher of today is more than like a mentor, someone who builds or establishes certain ties or relations with the student. The teacher supports students' development, and this should be the case in every school, because it's our role adults to show students how to use their devices wisely, responsibly, because technologies aren't bad or good. They can serve humanity or they can be a threat. So our social responsibility, teachers' responsibility in teaching the new generation is to show students how to use technology responsibly. Well, you're talking about a very important thing that comes from, say, the real world, which is the learning of relations, soft skills. The business people will put it very high in the hierarchy of priorities, soft skills, even before some hard competences or hard skills. Many representatives of global companies, multinationals, they say Poles have great IT competences, they're great engineers. But what we will need certainly in the professions of the future are soft competencies. I'm glad to hear that you talk about technologies, but you also don't ignore this traditional aspect of behavior, of skills, soft skills. And you also say devices are a means. We have to keep it in mind. Pavel, for 17 years perhaps, you have been developing tools for education. So how should we teach young people to use technology at school, but also at home, after the student leaves school after the last bell? Well, thanks for this answer. And anyway, thank you for having me on this panel. 17 years, it's a lot of time, indeed. For many years, I co-developed tools for education, and these are not only hardware, but I also mean software, applications. And speaking about applications, of course, we mean the content that's in them. So it's a big tech ecosystem. It's not only devices and hardware that you use at home or at school, but applications and content. From the school's perspective, as we can hear today, schools, of course, focus on what hardware and software to use, but they should also focus on how to get ready for that. So when speaking about schools, it's obvious they should plan implementations of technologies, and training of the users should be, of course, part of it. I mean, headmasters, teachers, and of course the training of students. But speaking about the time after school, I'm a father of an 8-year-old myself, so I can tell you something about it, how important it is to use technology responsibly. So we are all parents, uncles, teachers, maybe just neighbors. We should keep this in mind, because technology should be used in the proper way. We learn our whole life. There is the whole philosophy of long life learning. So we try to keep up with the pace of changes. We learn new things, and we never stop doing this throughout our life. We have smartphones, we have computers at home, and our kids are going to have more and more computers thanks to ministerial programs. But we also have smart TV or kitchen devices that communicate with apps. So a huge ecosystem of solutions. So we as parents, grandparents, or just relatives, we should spend time with children to teach them use the technology reasonably. They should be able to avoid threats. We're going to talk about this later today. And we should spend time with technology and children together. Maybe we should implement some kind of onboarding approaches to introduce kids into new technology and at the same time, it should all be done in the sense of safety, security, and there are many technologies, of course, that can be used. I cooperate with Google. Just an example of Google Maps that uses AI to take you from A to B along the safest, the most economical way. So that's just an example. And technologies are around us. We should pay attention to how we use them, how our kids use them, and we keep learning it. We keep learning, we keep discovering new things. Well, indeed, you said cybersecurity is perhaps one of the challenges to talk about this afternoon during another panel. But, well, since you mentioned that, let me ask Anna. Anna, from NASK BIP and coordinator of Safer Internet program in Poland, when we spoke before this debate, you told me about a very broad context of approach to cybersecurity. We know, everybody knows something about cybersecurity, about firewalls, about suspicious attachments to emails, but this is not all we should know about cybersecurity. Well, indeed, I don't know how I should start, really, because so many different concepts and ideas are coming up in this discussion. Of course, infrastructure is one thing. NASK is more about security, hard security, so to say. We've been doing it for more than 20 years when first security issues started in Poland. I mean, the very beginnings of internet in Poland in the 1990s. And very quickly, we realized, it was 2004 or 5, we saw how relevant soft competencies and safety were, because certain social processes started to occur online. And in our programs, we of course study all the bad things about the internet. We know the dark side of the web. Among our partners, we have hotlines, we have trusted experts who speak directly to internet users, helping them resolve different problems. And I can feel we follow this approach of implementing the internet to life, to school, but not separately. Just like kids, they no longer believe there is a real and online world. They treat it as one. So we should perhaps follow the same principle. So if we have a subject taught at school, technology should be there as a component, as something extra, like at home. If these two don't coexist, because the media or the technology is everywhere, at school and at home, if we cannot combine these two, we will not get our goals. If technology is at school and it's at home, but only as a time killer, and parents ignore it, we will end up with problems. So the most important thing is usability. Usability, even while at home, when you want to teach your child to use the internet in a responsible way, to keep certain discipline or hygiene, then when a child asks you, "What are you doing, ma'am?" you don't tell them, "I'm online." You just say, "I'm buying a ticket. I'm looking for a place to stay during holidays. I'm reading an article." So the child will also learn what the internet can be for. And it's very important for us to be guides, to be leaders, because sometimes adults see themselves as the big limiters, to put the cap on the child's access to technology because we want to keep them safe. But perhaps we should rather think of ourselves as guides, as leaders to our children. But for that we need certain awareness, and this awareness is what my organization is trying to raise or build among citizens. When working with teachers, we know how important it is to have more knowledge, more competence, because there is a big shortage of that. Teachers are not ready to adopt technology as quickly as we would like it to. They have no time. They are overwhelmed with everyday routines. A colleague from NASC will speak later on about, for example, fake news, but teachers should also be aware of how to use the web responsibly. They are not ready sometimes. It's a great challenge. And let me mention a report published recently, an international survey, quality survey. NASC was the part of it. It was called Dynamic Coalition Initiative 3S. The survey was about testing competence in terms of what is missing, so that we, on the one hand, we are aware digital citizens, but we don't have the card, we don't have staff at schools that are ready to do it. So there are two barriers that came up from the survey. We questioned universities, the business and schools, and the two barriers that came up, number one, that students and the academia pointed to, is the lack of inclusion or inclusivity, especially women and girls are not there. So the competences are lost, and most teachers in Poland are women. So they're not included in living in this IT environment. And this is true about homes. Very often in Polish homes, it's usually fathers, men basically, who are responsible for technology at home. And the other barrier is when people start dealing with cybersecurity, they have very high expectations at the beginning. So the entry level is sometimes too high. Employers expect experience, certificates, competence sets. So we need to help people who want to go through this digital transformation, who want to guide their kids. They can't take the first step. They can't do it on their own.
So you referred to a whole plethora of different topics. One of them included moving competencies from one sector to the other, creating competencies at home, in one's public life, private life. And I think the world's leader in this regard for this type of activity is Estonia. 99% of public services have been digitized. It's a small country, but at the same time, one that managed to deal with the problem and digitize most of the public services. Matt is with us since 1994. He's been dealing with education online. He's a co-founder of NGOs, co-founder of companies operating within this realm. Matt, nice to have you with us.
We appreciate. Can you hear us? Matt, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you well.
Okay, so we are glad to have you with us. We appreciate. And my question is, of course, how is the process of digitalization of education going on in Estonia?
Thank you very much. It's really an honor to join you here today. I'm sorry that I join you live in Poland. It would have been a lot of fun, I believe.
No problem at all. Thanks to technology, you can be here with us.
Yes. So very briefly, I've been working now together with the Ministry of Education for about 4 years, let's say. And we have two main ways how we create new solutions for education, digital education. And the one method is that we are still doing public tenders from the Ministry of Education side to invite software companies to build solutions that the school system requires. but the more commonly used approach nowadays is that we foster what we call EdTech or education startups ecosystem in Estonia. And quite a few governmental programs have been launched to achieve this. And the goal here is to fulfill the national strategy of Estonia for 2035, which is that we want the learners to become self-directed learners. So there is, of course, a lot of work to be done to achieve this, really. And today we see that Estonia, as one small country, cannot solve all of the digital challenges in education alone. So we see that there is a need for much closer international cooperation with other countries. But we are also actively looking at how to organize this. And for example, I am very proud to explain that when the Ukrainian war started, people, friends from Ukraine, started to reach out to see if we could help them with some high quality online learning solutions, because many schools had to close. And we invited the Estonian education technology community to open up their resources for free to support Ukrainians and also to translate the solutions. And I was very happy to see that already very soon after we launched this initiative in Estonia, our friends from Poland started a similar initiative, and we were able to join forces on the European level. And in total, more than 200 education technology companies from across Europe joined this initiative. And it's still available, and really great portal that offers resources. I anticipate you might want to specify your question. There is a lot of things going on. What is the most core that I'm interested in is how we can match the learners with the tools that would be the most beneficial for them. So we clearly see that that we have very small amount of people. So we want to help to achieve the maximum potential of each of the learners. And this means that we need to adjust the learning that is happening to the learners' specific needs. This is, of course, the easiest to understand if we talk about learners with a little bit different needs, like dyslexic learners or hyperactive learners, or learners that have no sight or no ability to listen. But in reality, all of the learners are different. So it would be beneficial if we were able to adjust our solutions and learning opportunities exactly to the learner's specific needs. Another fun thing is that colleagues before have been mentioning as well that learning today is happening absolutely everywhere. And it's important that we recognize this and start also following the learning that is happening at the Estonian Ministry of Education, together with the Association of Education Innovators in Estonia, is very closely working on seeing how we could start measuring the learning that is happening outside of the walls of the school. We recognize that the teacher is not anymore the only source of knowledge. And it's very important that this wisdom is also implemented in the way that we look at education as a whole. And as colleagues also before mentioned that teachers have a lot of work. There's many expectations for the modern teachers. So I've been pointing out several times during this year already that we should enable more time for teachers to learn and to develop themselves. So I'm proposing a 4-day work week for teachers, and the 5th day of the learner's time can be filled with extracurricular education. So more of the interest-based learning could be happening as well. And it could be even happening in the same room or facility. But the critical thing is that the teachers wouldn't be overworked, that it wouldn't be normal to expect that the teacher is working 50, 60 hours a week. We would have really happy and joyful teachers that are working with our children. I think that's a fast summary from my side at the moment.
I'd like to take advantage of your international view. You mentioned some fields of cooperation with Poland, and I'd like to ask, in your opinion, what initiatives could be implemented or improved in fields of cooperation in education in our region?
All right. So this, together with United Nations colleagues, we have been working on mapping the education innovation ecosystem in Europe and actually internationally as well, outside of Europe. And we were able to map quite a few different challenges that are faced today. For example, today, if a teacher would like to find the best possible way to teach multiplication table to hyperactive children, which is a challenge that all math teachers have, more or less, then this is pretty hard to do. So the question is, okay, could we use, for example, an artificial intelligent assistant for teachers, a friendly assistant that would be able to, based on the learning goals of the teacher or the learner, to recommend the best possible ways how to achieve this learning. And we believe that this kind of technology needs to be developed across country borders. If there is a very good learning app developed in Poland, we could also take advantage of this in Estonia and vice versa. Because the specific challenges in education, that could be millions of different small challenges. I would like that the best possible teams would be able to form around them and to develop these best possible solutions. For example, the company that I've been developing called DreamApply, in our team we have people from 12 different countries because it's just very difficult. It was very difficult to put together an expert team based on one nationality alone. I hope this answers a little bit one angle of the collaboration possibilities.
Thank you very much, Mart. Chciałem jeszcze powiedzieć jedną ważną rzecz, bo
I would also like to mention one important thing. I mentioned putting digital competences on the pedestal in Estonia, and this really translates into economy, business world, everyday life. According to rough estimates, Poland, a 38 million country, according to some statistics, has 8 unicorns, startups which are estimated to be worth over $1 billion. According to more stringent criteria, there is only one such startup, such company in Poland, Estonia, a country with 1,300,000 inhabitants, has 7 such companies worth over $1 billion. It just goes to show how new technologies can be used to build big business and how to use soft competences and creativity also to make businesses grow. We've been talking about multiple areas. Let's focus on one. Let's discuss international perspective. I wanted to ask Mateusz Rafał, who can we use as a role model? Is Estonia a natural role model for us in terms of big business? What are the other international role models that we can look at and derive inspiration from so that we can learn from them and not copy their mistakes? So, dear all, first of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to this event. I'd like to welcome the youngest among us, because this is dedicated to them. We're talking about their future. So thank you for an interesting question. International inspirations could take different shapes and forms. Undoubtedly, Estonia is an example of a country that is extremely well developed in the digital area, and this is a reference point, a role model for countries in this part of Europe, this part of the world. There are many directions we could take, many places we can look at, and we are chartering some directions ourselves. What's important to us, we can think of it as a strategy, as inspiration, is an idea of Italian economist Mazzucato. States should be entrepreneurial, and the state should take matters into its own hands in some issues. And that is what is happening in the education sector. And it does inspire innovation in the area of education. And this is all due to cooperation with the private sector, private companies, but also this is where a lot of you could create some inspiration. After the fall of Soviet Union, Finland brought about these changes. They had a specific approach to education that panned out very well, and this is another important inspiration for us. And on the basis of that, the program Labs of the Future came to be, a program that now, today in Poland, is revolutionizing questions of modern teaching, digital support for schools, digital education by large. And this is an example that we set for all of Europe. The program Labs of the Future is over 1 billion zloty spent on cutting-edge equipment that can be found in almost all public primary schools in Poland. This includes VR goggles, 3D printers, microcontrollers. All of that is equipment that we keep hearing about very often. And we hear that if it hadn't been for that program, they wouldn't have received or got their hands on such equipment, such modern equipment. And this is a turning point that really sets and leads by example, can make us lead by example. What's more, we're supporting teachers, principals in using this equipment, also with the mobile digital education. There is a team of educators going across the whole country on invitation by schools. They may come to every school with the equipment. They conduct workshops for teachers, for children using lab equipment, and they familiarize school staff and students with this kind of equipment. They take it out of the box and show how to use it, so that nobody has any doubts and is aware that this equipment can be used for everything at school by anyone. That's the leading idea behind the whole project. And now we're thinking of expanding it to secondary schools. These are still primary schools as of now. And the moderator mentioned Estonia as an example. It is extremely inspiring. It's inspiring us to take another step to reform subjects such as the basics in entrepreneurship. We want to develop it into business and management, and we want to teach this subject at school and teach young people some aspects of conducting business activities and to show the broader perspective of how businesses function within economy and have a particular role to play within the economy. So it shows the students that the state does regulate economic activity, but also makes a lot of things happen. And that's a model that is not, well, extremely neoliberal. We're trying to move away from it. And now, naturally, what we're inspired by to carry out educational activities and digitation activities, we're inspired by states that have the public component more emphasized that do regulate more aspects of education and are not too neoliberal in this respect, who see the need to regulate and for the government to intervene in some key aspects of education. Coming back a bit to business and management, we believe that this school subject is going to be part of an ecosystem of the policy of digitization, a project, a document which is based on new cutting-edge tools like Labs of the Future. But part of this policy is edukacja.gov.pl, a website that is allowing us to unify and provide information about education system and put it all in one place. And within the scope of the activities we want to carry out, using the website edukacja.gov.pl, referring to international element, we can say that it's quite unique compared to other countries. We believe that educating the youth on just how to be an entrepreneur using new platforms, new websites, and we do want this website to be part of digital education that is fostering education by setting an example. We want it to result in, well, with the perspective of a couple of years, we want to create or foster the development of new unicorns, the big tech companies. And we believe that the state, the country, the state administration can foster it. I agree that there are some duties. One of them is educating on how to do business, but I think we should leave doing business to the business people and the private sector. But to be able to change education models and create new ones, we need a regulatory framework that also refers to the digital realm, and it is far behind still in the tech world. We need to be thinking about new regulations. Dear MP, how far into the future are you thinking? We're talking about technology and legislation of the technological realm. Now you have to think about the not technology of tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow.
Well, thank you very much for having me here. I think this is one of the most relevant topics worth discussing today in this country, education plus modern technology. Our parliamentary commission is one of the youngest in the parliament. It was set up about 12 years ago. When we speak about technology education, I think this approach, this thinking should be absolutely universal. In other words, every student, he or she student, should be available to access the same kind of technology, regardless of the school they're in. We hear from the government about the projects, but I believe the main project that should be implemented is a laptop or tablet from the state. Safe, secure device for every pupil, but also secured against being resold, because some parents may have a temptation to sell it if they need cash. This can be done, and it's not very expensive. When I spoke about it for the first time 12 years ago, computer for every child, that cost was enormous. But today, when we look at the same project, this cost is absolutely different because the technology has gotten cheaper. And what else can we do looking forward or thinking ahead? Of course, we need good legislation. A teacher should have access to good quality content, to technology. As we heard from a representative of Google, there are many such solutions available. And the cooperation of the Polish Parliament and the government, I'm not saying I'm trying to dodge responsibility as a parliamentarian, but it's the government that should partner up with the biggest technological players. They are always a step ahead than states. They have cash and possibilities and experience. they have their own research, because the biggest technology players have very extensive R&D centers, laboratories. Why don't we just ask them and consult them what's the best technology for schools that's available? Again, looking ahead, and we heard it earlier today during the first panel, children should have access to technology that they don't even have at home at this point. You spoke about the VR technology. This should be at school, and because it can be used for any subjects, not only tech or IT, also biology, geography, or Polish. These VR goggles can also impose certain pictures, images, or apps on a real world. So you see how a long way the technology has gone. 3D printers, yet another solution that helps learning effectively. So the school should be the avant-garde, preparing the child to the new world, to new competencies. So the school should be better equipped than homes, than families. And that's my duty, your duty, it's the government's duty to do so. In Estonia, they somehow have made a deal. Either we go ahead, we look ahead, we rely on technology, or we lose this race. If we want to be in this race, we can do it only through modern education. If we don't go for it, if we don't spend money on it, we will lose. Yet another thing, you speak about soft skills and like learning or teaching programming. If we have access to technology, kids have access to devices, they should be taught programming. I don't say all children will be programmers, but we know very well, even today, because research shows it, programming at school teaches logical thinking, teamwork, design. I believe the guys from Google can tell you more about this. This shows that new technologies and new skills implemented at the school level, something you don't have at home, will make you, it will put you in a better position, and that's the state's role to do it. There's no room here for becoming complacent. We have to go forward, learn from those who are ahead of us, but don't feel we are worse because we have money for that. The point is to implement it wisely. Well, first thing, if I may respond to that, I didn't say the government should be one big business and replace citizens in doing that. We just want to show how to be effective in this area. But referring to my colleague from the Parliament, there is the program Labs of the Future. This is to provide devices to schools, to students. And of course, there is a plan to provide technology for pupils, and this is the Ministry of Digitalisation who's responsible for that. And my department, set up in January this year, works very actively with technology partners like Apple or Google or Microsoft to make dialogue become a real practical implementation. We have technology partners who are very willing to join, to cooperate, to inspire us. They are really engaged, and we can tell that thanks to integrated educational platform by Microsoft and UNICEF, we've been able to prepare the so-called learning passports for Ukrainian children to learn remotely. So let me stress that again. dialogue, technology dialogue with technology partners is already there, has been there for long. So we are in a completely different position today. Well, the time is running short, but I would like to ask you, because you're experts in your fields. Oh, I can see Matt is raising his hand.
Yes, thank
Go
you very
ahead.
much. I wanted to oppose a little bit to some points that were raised during the discussion here, because in Estonia we have a very different view on a few of the aspects. So firstly, it's become very clear that the education innovation actually can be done by small and kind of focused teams that focus on narrow vertical challenges in learning. So if you have a challenge that learners, for example, need to learn how to pronounce correctly the words, so we call it speech therapy is required. Then if you form a team of expert speech therapists that build a startup in developing a solution for this kind of challenge in education, you're much more likely to achieve a very good result than expecting large corporations to go into a million different niches in education and solve all the problems. Actually, the large corporations like Google have recognized this and are inviting small companies to develop education solutions, and small startups are very well equipped with the various tools that are provided there. I've heard the same also from Microsoft, and I believe App Store in Apple is representing the same vision, that small startups should be the ones that are actually spearheading the innovation of education development. And the other point that I wanted to make, I'm kind of wondering if it makes sense to teach programming to absolutely everybody in schools. And the main reason is that we are actually seeing that there is a decrease in the future in the number of programmers that are required because of no-code programming opportunities that are becoming more and more abundant already today. So there will be more requirements for having expert programmers that are able to build complex and big systems, but a person that doesn't have the basic kind of, let's say, abilities to become this kind of an expert programmer probably will have more fun developing no-code solutions rather. And regarding this large numbers of devices, I have looked at countries that are buying computers or iPads for all of their learners, and I'm not buying it. And the principles that I would rather recommend is bring your own device. So we would teach the children how to make practical use of the devices that they already have. And in Estonia, we have done research on this some years ago, and 97% of ninth grade students actually had a smartphone already available. And the question there is, okay, how can we support the teachers to take meaningfully advantage of these devices? I don't believe that it's worth the money to have double the amount of devices for everybody available. It's rather worth the money to make investments in the education innovation ecosystem, so people that have ideas of how to make something better about learning digitally would be empowered to do so. And this is the principle that we are also using in Estonia. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for these remarks. I wrócę właśnie do mojej prośby, bo nasze spotkanie.
Well, thank you very much, Mart, for your insights. Now let's go to the final round of statements. The challenges, of course, are many and various. They're coming and going, but here we have December 2022. We are here in Lublin. So the most burning challenges in education at this point. Let's start with Mr. Napieralski. Well, access to technology, universal access by pupils and teachers. this is absolutely essential. We can't allow students or schools to get devices on their own. This should be kind of uniformed, and technology used at school should be going ahead of what they have at home. So competent teachers, on the other hand, so extra skills, extra competence taught at school, at pedagogy universities, and discussion with experts on legislative framework that will make it happen. Director, I think we have taken this step already, but the biggest challenge now is to support the individual development of pupils. They should guide them to discover their real talents, real skills, interests. This is the greatest challenge. I know investment in education and the management of social capital generates greater GDP in the future. So through technology, services, both public and private, we have to support a real development of the individual to help it be where he or she wants to be on the labor market. Well, what about technology vendors? Well, I do agree with you, especially the teaching of programming. Of course, as you said, not everybody needs to become a programmer. It's all about learning certain thinking patterns. And of course, technology should meet educational or market needs. So we need to put pressure here to test, to measure what is needed, where the problems are, where the needs are. And technology should catch up with the world, with what is going on elsewhere. And I'm working for one of the biggest technology vendors in the world. I can see how much is happening. I can't even name all the innovations now, but school should also have tools that are adequate to the time we have, times in which we live. And the third thing about challenges, how to implement technology effectively and how to measure the effectiveness of such implementations. 17 years of experience of implementing technologies, I can tell you something, I think, about successful and failed implementations. So now the labs of the future that we have in place should be well managed, should have certain criteria or parameters that we can measure so that we can manage these tools effectively at the school level, at the local government level, or technology level, and we should be very, or much more responsive to that. Well, I'd like all these processes, transformation processes, to make the youth part of it. We have to listen to their voice, listen to their opinions. And the recent Safe Internet strategy, European strategy, amended in May this year, is one that urges the kids or empowers the kids to be more aware users of technology, of the internet, and we need to hear their voice too. Matt?
I have a little bit of a challenge because the translation is directly coming into the Polish language, so I couldn't understand the point. Maybe you can summarize for me in English.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to ask about, because our debate is regarding edu challenges and technologies. So if you could name one main challenge in your opinion regarding technology in education.
I think the biggest challenge still today is that the governments or decision makers find it very difficult to have a good dialogue with the founders of education innovation startups. And I've been working very closely with this challenge in Estonia for the past, let's say, 4 or 5 years. And we have achieved a certain level of dialogue between the Ministry of Education and startup founders in education. I very much hope the same will be happening in Poland. If the governments rely only on international corporations in the input of designing the education development, I think this is only one-sided approach. And I agree that the governments don't have at the moment practices in place how to talk to micro companies, but this is the main way how we can empower our own thinkers of how to build high quality solutions for the educational challenges that are precisely in our countries.
Thanks. Last but not least.
Well, thank you, Matt. And the final word from Agnieszka. I need to refer to just one sentence. We have managed to succeed because we had planned everything. We started the planning in 2016 and started to implement technology in education ever since. We had all stakeholders involved, headmaster, teachers, pupils, parents. And you can't just give teachers technology and say, go ahead, use it. Such a process must be carefully planned and must be measured. The effectiveness of this process must be measured. And what is absolutely wonderful about using technology at school is a departure from a model of learning only at school. Now, thanks to technology, pupils learn everywhere. Life is a big learning. It's not only learning about life. And that's the spectacular change, I think, we have been able to achieve in our school. And speaking about challenges, perhaps in global view, to face sustainable development goals up to 2030. One of these goals is access to education for every child in the world. We need 69 million teachers for that. So the local perspective is not promising. There are fewer and fewer students who want to become teachers. So we do need more teachers with new competence who know how to teach and how to use new technologies, because the young generation has undergone a behavioral change. Our children, I'm a mother of 3 myself, and I keep discovering the way they live, they work every day, including online. We have to be aware that this is their world, and we have to keep them secure in that world. So these systems must be systemic, and a certain paradigm shift should be taking place when, in our approach to education, I'm fully for personalized education. To make it personalized, to make it customizable, we need to invite artificial intelligence to help that. Of course, I'm talking in the long run, but who knows, perhaps Microsoft or Google will tell you, come on, it's not that far. Okay, thank you very much. We had 6 opinions, 6 spotlights on our virtual reality. So I'd like to leave you with some takeaways, with some conclusions here in the room and online. I want to thank the speakers very much. Please stay with us for later debates. We are going to talk about cybersecurity and competencies of the future, among other things. So thank you very much.
So thank you. Let me just add, if you have a sense of inadequacy after this talk, there will be a continuation of it, some kind of follow-up to it, but this is in 50 minutes on the parallel internet channel, well, room S4, upstairs, channel number 2. This will be a meeting with Agnieszka Olszewska, a participant of the panel conducted with Jeremy, the moderator of this panel. So there will be a chance to talk about how different digital tools are used in practice, how they can be put in practice. The tools that allow for broadening of competencies of students. So this is an invitation to what's coming in 50 minutes, but now we'll focus on a topic that's already been addressed, but well, very briefly only during the previous debates: cyber threats, cybersecurity, all of the dangers awaiting students, awaiting our children online. And we'll have a talk about that in a moment. Before we do, however, we'll connect with Marta Wojtas, Empowering Children Foundation. We can see the presentation by Marta. Can you hear us? Now we can hear you. Hello and welcome to this panel, to our proceedings. So we'll listen to the presentation and then have a discussion in a panel. Hello everyone. I'll speak about the dangers that children and the youth, teenagers face online. But first let me introduce myself. My name is Marta Wojtas. I'm a representative of an NGO, Empowering Children Foundation, a big NGO that is helping those children who have been hurt, who have been affected by cyberbullying online, and we provide direct help. We offer a helpline. We post information online. We do studies, surveys, and then post findings of such online. And we cooperate with the Ombudsman for Children's Rights. And what we want is for the children to be safer, more secure every day, for them to be protected against the cyber threats that await them. So we're a part of Safer Internet program, and as part of this activity, we co-organize an international conference on the security for children and youth. This one is for professionals. For children, we organize a digital forum. We celebrate the Safe Internet Day. We provide all kinds of educational material. As you can see in the slide, the newest is a book, Sieciaki, so the children of the net, available in bookshops already. And we also do awareness-raising campaigns about the safety of children and teenagers online. And the graphics, as you can see on the right, establishes or refers to the rules that should be imposed at home for online usage. And there is a helpline for children that anyone can phone when somebody's observed dangerous things happening online or children being under threat online. You may phone and receive information, advice. We're promoting our activities on our website. You can see at the bottom the URL to the website. And the website is saferinternet.pl. This website is devoted to our work within the project of the program Safer Internet. We also have a child online counseling center. Since 2007, I've been dealing with the problem or the issue of online safety for children. And this counseling center helps children and youth who've been hurt by cyber attacks. We provide psychological, psychotherapy help. We talk with the parents of the children. We support their parenting, provide guidance for the parents, and we have in our support program children who've been affected by cyber attacks, cyberbullying. The main problems involve overusing of the internet, contact with dangerous content online, pornography, among others. risky sexual behaviors online, having to do with the sex sphere, sexting, prostitution online, as well as cyber violence and hate. And these are the issues that we're struggling with most often, and children who've fallen victim to those we're trying to help. So what's the situation? We have to look at the situation of young people at a very early age. We conducted a survey in 2015, and the findings say that 40% of 1 or 2-year-old children use tablets and smartphones, and almost every third child uses such devices every day or almost every day. So you can imagine we're dealing with a generation that has access to screens, such devices from a very early age. And oftentimes parents just give these devices to children without being aware of what the impact of using such devices by young children can be. Lack of awareness, how dangerous it can be. And, well, as it turns out, it is quite harmful. Many are not aware of what happens when a 1 or 2-year-old gets to look at a screen on a regular basis and look at it for too long. The exposure to screens can cause strong agitation, psychomotor agitation. A child may gain access to inappropriate materials. It may impact impede the development of the nervous system. It may also make it more difficult for a child addicted to a screen to make contact and build relationships with peers, siblings, and parents. And a screen is not a substitute for human contact, but it does compete for it, for a child's attention. So a few statistics related to the problem of overusing screens. We call it problematic use of the internet. That's a category for it. And 1 to 13% of teenagers has already symptoms of the problematic internet use. And the symptoms that can be considered problematic symptoms of the internet use is 13%. I know that the Ombudsman for Children in Poland has done a study recently, and it's over 15% of the youth in our country. So the risk group is every 8th teenager is in danger of being misusing the internet. A third of Polish teenagers uses smartphones to the point that it creates some disorders, social disorders, emotional ones, and may even impede their health. And that's a big group that we should take a closer look at. Specifically in the context of the times we're living in now, hopefully the end of the pandemic, and the pandemic impacted the patterns of internet use or device use of young people. Before the pandemic, the youth would use the internet for 5 hours every day, on average, for their own matters. During the pandemic, it became 5 hours plus online teaching. So people would look at a screen for over 10 hours every day. And we know that during the pandemic, we saw a rise in people using devices at night. And as we know, using a screen has a negative impact on getting a good night's sleep. Sleep quality was, after the pandemic, 17% of the youth who declared that they'd used the internet or a screen at night. It goes to show that new technologies have to have a specified place within the family life, within the life of a young person. Every hour in front of a screen means less time spent with peers, siblings, parents. It means less time spent doing creative activities. And, a study from the US, Brown 2011, tells us that excessive exposure to screens, even if it's a TV playing in the background, makes 5-6-year-olds spending 38% of time less listening to a parent reading out to them, like reading bedtime stories. So this really is a fight, a competition for a child's attention, because the attention is then kind of separated, broken apart into too many things. Children are distracted. Also, there is a threat coming with posting information, personal information online, and we all know that children may have accounts on social media, and one threat has to do with privacy, digital footprint that is left and stays online for ages, for years. You may lose control over the materials, so personal data posted online, and you may fall victim to hate, cyberbullying online, having posted information about yourself. And this kind of experience is especially difficult to get over, to deal with. It's difficult to come to terms with it afterwards, after being victim of it. Then the negative image online that somebody creates also may have impact on their life. Another kind of threat that is present, and we may not even know what scale of it may be, but what is declared is probably different to what really happened, to what is really happening, because we have reports of negative experiences with sex-oriented behavior online. If things are going right, if a child doesn't or a teenager doesn't find anything strange or problematic, they don't report it. We don't know what's happening. What we know is the reports where things went wrong. These are live transmissions, access to pornography, entering relationships of sexual character, publishing or posting self-generated content of sexual nature, and this phenomenon became more visible during the pandemic. Another type of threat, contact with harmful content online, and child pornography, hard pornography featuring adults that children have access to, content promoting racism, xenophobia, and online content prompting the youth to commit crimes. Other harmful content is in the so-called legal grey zone, and some of those are not against any rules of the websites, streaming websites that post such content. These are the so-called pato streams showing violence. They've used to be popular. Recently, they have been popular, and many young people think that it's a good way to make money, and mainly influencers take part in such streams, such activities. Also, there is content that is encouraging self-harm, suicide, restrictive diets, looking at the mental health condition of the young people. I think that's very alarming. It is important to prevent such contacts online. It's important to raise awareness of what the consequences of such of contact with such content may be, the impact it has on their well-being. Also, there is type of content that includes elements of psychomanipulation. There are fake news online. We'll talk about that in a moment. The scale of the problem shows that the problem is important. Only 28% of respondents said they had no contact with harmful content. 11% of teenagers admit that the parents use parental filters. 55% of respondents say that the parents do not use any form of limitation of online use. As you can see, big part of the youth has unlimited access to the content on the internet, including the harmful types of content. We did a study in 2017, and we found that 43% of children, youth 11 to 18, had contact with content with sexual elements to it, including pornography, and teenagers who have contact with pornography are 5 times more likely to send naked photos and 3 times as likely to receive a naked photo from online users. And we should take a closer look and observe how coming into contact with such content impacts the youth behavior. We need to be educating the youth about the impacts. We need adults to be more responsible, more aware of the problem. Finally, the activities related to the activity of sexual predators, pedophiles, during the pandemic, Europol report found that perpetrators became especially active during the pandemic. This was seduction of children online through the means of the internet. A fourth of teenagers admit that they met with an adult they had met online, and this is a group that's especially at risk, and 30% almost of it are at most dangerous because 29% didn't tell anyone, didn't tell an adult about that. You can just imagine what the risk is, what this behavior carries with it. This risk is dangerous, and the figures show what's missing. What's missing is parental supervision. What's missing is awareness of the problem, knowledge that our children may also be affected by, well, this type of crime online. Because parents may think that they know it's happening, but they ask, why should it be me? It's not going to be me. And law enforcement in Poland in 2017 opened 676 cases having to do with children's seduction. It was probably way more than that in the following years, and it's definitely a topic worth discussing. What do teachers say about that? I think there is plenty educational materials on the topic, and what we keep hearing from the teachers is that they want to engage in a debate with the youth about it, but they are pressed for time. They are, well, they work for too few hours to be able to introduce such topics. This is dealt with during extra time on the part of the teacher and the student. So I leave it up to debate. What we can do to prevent such phenomena, such crimes committed online. These threats may not be happening or be facing children. Children may not be facing such threats at school, but when we're encouraging students to use technologies after school, at home, we should keep in mind that children, teenagers may see this type of content or make contact with a criminal online. We should be knowledgeable, there should be care provided for children, and the knowledge, awareness of parents is of utmost importance. And that's all from me. I think that the threats I've mentioned will introduce the topic, provide some substance for the discussion, and I think the discussion, I hope the discussion that's to follow will be about how to deal with these problems.
Thank you, Marta. A very serious and very important pieces of information. You see, more than 15% of children, of teenagers who actually met adults in person once they met online first. This is really alarming. So let's now get in touch with our guests. Our first guest online is Agnieszka Gryszczyńska, Professor Gryszczyńska from the Public Prosecutor's Office. Mateusz Mrozek, the Department of Counteracting Disinformation from NASK. Piotr Mazurek, the Chancellery of Prime Minister, a representative of the Government for Youth Policy. Krzysztof Kiryczuk, a journalist from Radio Z and a teacher of journalism and media education in one of Warsaw's high schools. And of course, Marta is here with us. Well, we'll talk about cyber threats in a broad sense, not only about those that Marta mentioned, but also about whether schools are ready to defend against hacking. And we also talk about how to teach about cyber security. But going back to what Marta said at the end of her talk, and we have a teacher here with us, this is a question to you. Do you think teachers are ready? They would like to talk about cyber threats online, but they have no time for that? Well, hello, thank you. I think yes, teachers would like to talk about this. When I talk to my colleagues from school, they say they lack good preparation and good materials to learn from. So here we have to first look at possibilities to train teachers, to develop certain plans or structures of materials or scripts, how to address these problems when talking to students. I want to thank you, Marta, for this presentation. This is something I would like to tell my students. Actually, I'm doing this, and we talk about this with other teachers at school, with other members of the staff. So, training of teachers, that's one step. Another step that, in my view, should not be ignored is education of parents and discussion with parents. And step number 3, talking to students. And a good place for that could be a platform, a plane for dialogue, and this should be school. If we have a teacher who can establish a good quality link with parents, who knows parents' needs and problems with raising young people, if we have a good contact with pupils, that's why I'm very great advocate of Korczak's model of schooling, so a teacher as a companion. Then, if we keep that in mind, we'll be able to reach the student and show them what is good, what is bad, and why, so that they can tell the difference between the good and evil, if we were to refer to this biblical comparison. Yes, of course, the point is to understand pupils' needs, pupils' decisions. A dialogue like this was held when developing a strategy for the young generation. So my question to Minister Mazurek, during your consultation held for that program, did the question of cybersecurity come up frequently? Did you discuss online threats? Is this a problem that the youth say it is there, and then there are ways to address this? Well, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Well, indeed, this was discussed, but it wasn't the first choice problem, given the time we had for consultation or the number of people who were there, because that process of consultation that you mentioned were pretty innovative, because the participants actually decided what topics we should have addressed. So, in other words, we gave the floor to the young people, and they determined which way we went. So, workshop sessions were devoted to certain topics proposed by young participants. As regards digitization or technology, young people spoke about freedom on the internet. That was a very popular subject. They spoke about certain limitations that big technology players impose, or social media. They said these limitations were going too far. They even spoke about censorship or some kind of unlawful intervention with content. They also spoke about education, about the need for more competence, that schools, not only in terms of security, but schools fall behind with latest technology, that teachers sometimes don't know what to teach. They don't know the latest developments, and teachers who started teaching 20 years ago, if they fail to be up to date with recent developments, they rely on sometimes obsolete knowledge, then such teachers should find ways to learn. And we, of course, together with a number of partners, a number of external partners, universities, businesses, we created some options for young people to get knowledge from experts. So that program has been launched this year and is going to be continued. And another thing is, of course, raising competence of teachers, teachers who not only teach IT, but anything else. So, of course, adults should instruct the young about security because the young, they don't care that much. So this is something to be maybe not imposed from the top, but it looks like, the two parties must meet at some point so that the awareness of threats is as high as possible. So to what extent do you think cybersecurity should be an integral part of curricula at schools? Should there be any extra subject devoted to it? Well, the subject is relevant, that's for sure. And going back to that consultation, young people would often say school was very impractical, far from life, from reality. And some schools offer very practical programs, practical curricula, and young people are very interested in new technologies, and they say their school should be focusing on recent problems, topical issues that adults must resolve in their lives. So the more knowledge about cybersecurity, the better. They should know how to handle risks, how to respond to threats, and this is very topical because it's our everyday life. So if we went for that, that would, of course, address young people's needs and proposals. And school would teach something more practical. And this is, I think, coming up because school curricula evolve towards more business-oriented, technology-oriented programs. So again, cybersecurity should also be there. It's very necessary to cover it. I think today the key challenge for cybersecurity is counteracting disinformation and fake news, how to teach young people to tell the difference between the true and untrue content, how to verify what is true or not after they find some piece of information online. This question goes to NASK, to Mateusz Mrozek. Well, there's no straightforward answer to that. Most techniques that we promote in education are, in a sense, in opposition to certain axioms, certain patterns we have in our mind, in our brain. It's not easy to convince young people to analyze, to read the whole article that they read within 30 seconds, to verify it, to check it for truth for another half an hour. So the point is to not only have an extra subject at school where this can be taught, we should also put pressure on some other stages of education, on good examples. For example, you can do it in the classes of Polish as part of reading comprehension exercises, so to be able to tell fake news or identify misinformation. This may be part of a regular language course. That might be one of the solutions that should be considered and not so difficult to implement. And if you only rely on institutions, whether government or school or some support institutions or foundations, it's like half measure. I believe there is a triangle of responsibility. So you have children, parents, and institutions. And this is where we should rely more on cascading in education. As a father of 3 children, I'd like to know from school teachers, I'd like to know from them how to talk about cyber threats with my kids. And given how superficial this discussion is, sometimes is, like bringing down disinformation only to fake news. In my team, about 90% of harmful content is not fake news. This 90% of content is considered harmful, is gossip, is simplifications, generalizations, misinterpretations. I mean, something we cannot just tell straight away that this is not true. If you look at how a child's brain is made up, or what the needs of the youth are, we have to take a more practical, more functional approach to this problem. Disinformation is a weapon, and its bullets are emotions. So if you take, for example, healthy diet or healthy nutrition or some other positive habits, then we should perhaps help the youth work out certain mechanisms that will help them defend themselves, so that they don't have to verify every source of information that they use. Because, you know, in our world, whether this is computer, smartphone, or smartwatch, or TV, you have loads of information flowing in 24/7. If only you're ready to listen, and you cannot verify all of it. So the point is to help young people create certain mechanisms that will work when needed. So like when you go to a fast food, even if you're on diet, you go there, but you're conscious of certain consequences, that you are not eating healthy, that this may harm you, but you go there fully aware that, well, something wrong may happen to you as a person on diet. Well, so let's go back to Krzysztof Kiryczuk. He works with young people. He's a teacher. He deals with high schoolers, and perhaps you tell them how to tell the difference between different kinds of information. So how to talk to young people, how to work with them, to teach them the difference between what is true, what is not. Well, I teach journalism, and this is something very practical. We start by learning how to build information, how to create a piece of news. So they have this knowledge on how a piece of news is made up. When we discuss the internet, we look at how internet journalists create pieces of news. So the students know how to learn from online news, they understand it. I think we should perhaps go back to the so-called media education. It was an idea back in the 2000s. Some schools still keep it as extracurricular classes, media education, sometimes during classes with the lead teachers. I think this might be a way to empower young people to tell the difference between true and untrue information. So how do we do this? In my place, I think we use all possible tools that are already there on the internet, like, for example, interpreting a picture, where the picture comes from, linking certain facts, the skills of using internet browsers or search engines. We work with Google. We learn how to perform effective search. We try to point to different details that we get. Speaking about television materials, we are not able to verify every single piece of information. Otherwise, we would perhaps need the whole life to do this. But what we can do is to teach young people so that when they get interested in something, they start reading or watching something, they should have some kind of anxiety or uncertainty deep in their hearts, so that when they hear a piece of information, they should have this automatic trigger. Let me check this, let me verify this, let me look behind it to make sure this is true. So, of course, we teach them to use the solutions, tools, mechanisms already available there. And the same with teachers, because they don't really know them. And I mean also teachers, they don't know what there is available online that helps you verify true facts. Another thing is, when you see something that you are uncertain about, of course you can try to Google it out, you can double check. And yet another thing we can do, going back to education, you need the skill of teaching young people, but also adults, not to read headlines or leads online, because they are just clickbaits. Every article online, almost every article online, is a big clickbait. I'm dreaming about setting up an online portal with screenshots from all headlines, all leads from all articles online. I would just put a sentence, what it is about, and that it's not worth reading. So this is where we should go about recognizing fake news. So what about law? Can this be a tool in counteracting disinformation or fake news?
Of course, legal framework plays an important part. But let's remember, myself, speaking as a prosecutor, an expert in penal code, not every piece of information that is not truthful and sometimes wrong interpretation of facts is sometimes a forbidden act, is considered a violation of law. Fighting cybercrime should be surrounded by various regulations, not just those that constitute or define a new crime or a forbidden deed. There needs to be more regulation, because sometimes regulation or lack of it may foster or make it easier to commit crimes. Like, for example, stealing one's identity online, stealing one's login and password to an account. And we should well, increase the safety of a website, like a social website, or focus on a specific website that is specializing in stealing somebody's password, let's say. I'm not talking about misinformation per se, because, well, we've talked already about the freedom of speech online, and this is a difficult topic that requires a lot of verification, what is fake news and what isn't. But I wanted to point out in my utterance is the threats that have to do with posting misinformation type of content. This said, Polska established one category of incidents, and phishing with PH is most widespread. The instance of it is bigger. It's 70% of all incidents of cybercrime, and 2011 saw a big rise in it, and mostly it's done on Facebook. And well, fake pages pretending to be a logging in panel invite you to enter. Well, somebody sends you a link, you click on it, and then you think you're logging in, and well, somebody then uses it to spread even more misinformation, or it may be aimed at a personal attack for monetary gain of the criminal. We should start with this. Most of these attacks are usually based on a simple sociological technique: manipulation, or manipulating individuals into disclosing personal and well, secure information. So it doesn't really require any virus app technology. All you need is to know how to talk somebody into giving you their personal information. And it's amazing that now if we enter a list of warnings issued by NASK, we could see information from several last minutes. A few more websites have been added, websites that pretended to be a logging in page to Facebook or your email inbox, and this is how perpetrators collect this personal information and use it to conduct attacks aimed at misinformation, or a personal attack of individuals, adults, or children. Very often, blackmail is involved. And now we should really consider what kind of data we have in our inbox. We may have a picture of our ID cards. Maybe some other ones have pictures of very personal character there that may be used as a tool for blackmail. Coming back to the question that was posed, there is some work underway. We're working on an act against online abuse in the online world, that will allow us to expand the list of warnings and will counteract attacks called smishing, spoofing. So good regulation is required. Also in the realm of administrative law, not just a penal code. And if phishing is the number 1 type of incident most often occurring, we're very willing to give away our login and our password. We devote so much time talking about misinformation. Let's come back to how we educate children. According to Eurostat, only 16% of Poles, 16 to 74-year-old, verify information found online. We are just not used to fact-check information we're looking at. We have no tools, no skills to verify information we come across online. And Marta mentioned something important in her presentation. If we're giving our child a device, a 1-year-old child a device, ladies and gentlemen, a child can't read and write yet, and we're giving a child a screen with no competences as to how to use it, how to actually use this screen. And well, we should start educating parents of nursery children and not preschool or primary school. And I'm a prosecutor. I come into contact with all kinds of victims, and it is true. Parents do give their tablet, their phone to a child with apps readily available, with a credit card on Google Pay, and then they wonder, well, how come I have some payment that have been made without my knowledge? Well, it was the child having done that. So there are lots of similar attacks cases where a child is actually the means through which a criminal does their work. And there are also questions to address in the education area. And I think that the first person to be educating a child is, of course, the parent. Handing a device with a screen to a child too often, takes place into a child becomes a member of the education system. Another question appears: how should parents educate their children on new technologies? How they should speak with the children about that? How they should teach the so-called cyber hygiene? Marta Wojtas. Let me start with this. It's a very good question. If a parent wants how to use new technologies responsibly so that it doesn't do harm to the family but benefits the family, then the parents may have a vision, an idea as to how to teach a child to use it. There are the so-called household screen rules, and we encourage whole families to introduce such set of regulations, rules to be followed by children in the households. This is a fixed set of rules that allow the parents to take a closer look at how the whole family is using technologies, starting with adults. It's the adults who model the behavior of screen use, even if they're not too up to date or are not too aware of what is happening here and now with the technological advances. The model of screen use is transferred directly from the parents to the children. We should start with this, start with the parents, with the adults. We want parents to start the change with themselves. We want them to take a look at their screen habits or internet habits, and we want them to consider the place of the screens in their life. They need to secure enough quality time for the family. We want them to strike the right balance between online and offline activities. That's important for young people to be taught such models, such healthy habits. And it should be shaped, should be taught to a child from a very early age. So we mustn't allow a situation where a child spends most of the day glued to a screen. We want parents to be assisting a child with it, supervise their screen use, monitor the activities online, and also give enough space for a child for off-screen activities that are crucial for a child's development. So again, we should start with ourselves, with the parents, our own parenting methods. We mentioned different parents. There are lots of parents who are not aware of what they're giving to a child, what the danger of this small screen might be. But there's this very common problem. There is a small group of children engaged, involved, or interested in child's security online. There is a bigger group of parents who do not attend PTA meetings. They do not use the training available. They do not want to educate themselves on the proper screen use. And we're there to help. We're preparing materials, events, educational materials for adults, so that we get parents interested in the topic, in the dangers. And in the case of families where there are parents not too interested in what a screen does to a child, schools is a place where this type of education should take place, where it could reach young people. And, education has to come from various sources. Its success largely depends on the range of people we're able to reach with it. Let me just butt in for a moment. refer to something what you've said about parents. And we've mentioned a big group of parents not at all interested in what is happening with the child, what the child is doing on the tablet we're giving it. And some of the parents just say, I don't care, I'm tired, I've had a difficult day at work, I need to cook dinner, I need to do homework with the child, and then we should take a look at what's happening around the world. We'll watch the evening TV news. At the end of the day, we brush our teeth, 8 o'clock go to bed, watch something on TV. And this is what the activity with the child is. We're not participating in the life of our child. And this is where a teacher should step in. At the level of school, parents should be engaged or taught how to become engaged so that the parent knows what is happening to a child and so that we give a parent some tools, some techniques. How to do it? Well, I don't know. I'm looking into it. I'm trying to find the answers. It's a big challenge for the whole education system, teachers, how to get a parent involved in a system so that the parent is fascinated, so that the parent is aware that they together can learn how to use technology responsibly, and so that all of the whole burden isn't put on educating a young person. Many parents say, I'm sending my child to school, this is where the child should be educated, well, I have no interest in it. It's not my job. Maybe Mateusz Mrozek knows how to get parents involved in the process. It's a question difficult to answer, to just come up with the answer on the spot in the panel. I'll tell you about my experiences. I'd be more charitable looking at the talks with the parents about that. And the cooperation between a form teacher and a parent, well, this is a relationship that is undervalued. We forget about how engaged many teachers already are. And the school curriculum is a heavy burden for the teachers. They have a lot of work, and we need to find the golden mean. Myself, as a parent, I've met with parents who've responded very well to just pep talks, edifying talks on the part of the teacher that is trying to push a parent in the right direction without putting too much pressure on them. We know that the requirements imposed on the parents may be too harsh because the parent may say what one of the speakers said. I've had a difficult day at work and I don't really care. School should be educating the child, not me. It's the teacher's job. I have a different job. So developing some positive habits is the key. But we should start with a place where this knowledge should be taken from. There are parents who are ambitious, they want to help, they are supportive, and they do not send their kids to extracurricular activities just to get them out of the house because they're too busy. To my mind, nothing can replace a parent explaining the world to a child, but the parent needs to know what the world is and what is happening in the world in the first place. So the situation is changing at such a rapid pace that the decade that separates me from the parents raising their children 10 years ago, it's a different decade. There are different tools, different media, and different world overall. And in 10 years, the world is going to change dramatically, even more. So we should be looking at a general subject at school without focusing on specific phenomena because they may be outdated in a while and will be unprepared once again and we'll have to reinvent the wheel, so to say. And members of my team, we claim that you shouldn't look at the just mechanism of behavior, but the consequences. And this allows us to make a generalization and create a generalized set of competencies, and so that then you may specify or identify at a general level not who the creator of the content is, but what the content is doing to a young person, focusing on the effect and how to counteract a negative effect, prevent it from happening in the first place. So Polish language, unlike English, does not have the vocabulary that's fittingly describing some phenomena, but there is pre-banking methods. Our conversation revolves around it. We are preparing our recipient to welcome a potentially dangerous content, the negative emotions it may trigger, and we're also talking about the open helmet, Knight's helmet. Together we cooperated with Jigsaw company, daughter company to Google. They came up with a banking campaign and some formula in which disinformation is presented in the formula of a scapegoat. In autumn, Ukrainians will be targeted with it. They will be targeted with this tool of conducting a cybercrime. So we should conduct similar educational programs targeting children and parents so that they teach their children how to deal with the emotions that may be triggered by a content produced by a favorite TikToker or Instagram or Facebook influencer or elsewhere on the web, so that a child has this resilience built in, where a child is feeling a negative emotion or any emotion, any kind of strong emotion, because misinformation also may be targeted at creating overt optimism. So a child needs to be taught how to deal with all kinds of emotions. The parents need to be able to talk to a child about that, and parents need to think about again themselves. Now we're talking about theories that adapted to this phenomenon, and I don't think that many parents are fitting, well-informed, qualified to deal with it, because parents are also internet users. So this is a cross-sector problem that may affect children, the youth, adults, persons of any social background. And the question of fact-checking information, dealing with emotions triggered by piece of news, that's a broad subject, and I think that it's been neglected. And the questions of psychological servicing or aid provided to parents and children should also be put in place. That will create better resilience against threats online.
Well, perhaps the last question before we close this panel. Mr. Mazurek, Mrs. Prosecutor, how should we develop cyber immunity to online threats among Polish students, Polish youth? Minister, I think various institutions, various actors should cooperate, representing very different areas. So NASK, with its information campaign, it's very important. But there is a role for NGOs to play. I'm happy that with some government programs for active citizenship, we support many organizations dealing with cyber security. And this is not only intended for the youth, also for adults or seniors, because seniors are also very popular users of the internet. They're not always aware of various risks and problems that they can come across. Of course, we have to monitor, analyze, maybe redesign certain school programs focused on teaching this very content. And of course, we should encourage the mass media to do something together for the common good. Maybe some kind of campaigns, both on TV, radio, or on the internet, to make parents more sensitive, or just internet or media users to be more sensitive to various threats that we have just enumerated. So different institutions, actors should come together, work together to reduce the effects of these problems. Well, I don't want to repeat what has already been said. So my point is, if we invested in cyber hygiene of children, teachers, and parents, we would benefit a lot. But they should be taught to use passwords responsibly, how to use authentication effectively, how to protect themselves against phishing. Why don't we have two-level authentication at schools or at university? I don't have it myself at my university, an extra security key to protect myself from phishing. So some solutions are already in place, but what is missing is very elementary solutions, elementary tricks that make us more secure. Pato streamers can be persecuted and penalized because they very often commit offenses online. For example, in October, there was a huge action where many individuals were detained promoting, disseminating illegal content online. And problems that Martha also listed here are relevant. So we have to take a multifaceted approach. But I would sometimes just recommend very simple technical solutions because they produce big results. They can raise our cybersecurity. Be aware of different warnings, alerts that we publish. If 80% of users click links they get from unknown senders on email or in texts. So if you get a text and it looks like regular phishing, you can, of course, don't click there, but you can call us and this number will be banned, so no more people will be tricked. What about teachers? Do they know that they can redirect this text to our institution or to NASK to list it or blacklist it? Well, you see, there are some simple tricks to raise global security, and it will save some other people from being fooled, for being tricked. So there are sometimes very simple steps that can raise our security. Of course, we cannot ignore long-term campaigns and activities that need more actors to come together, including changes to legislation. Well, let's round it off. We have with us Professor Gryszczyńska from Public Prosecutor's Office, Piotr Mazurek from the Chancellery of Prime Minister, Mateusz Mrozek, NASK, Krzysztof Kryczuk, journalist, Radio Z, and teacher at high school, Marta Wojtas, Empowering Children Foundation. Thank you all for contributing to this talk today. Thank you all. Well, thanks for this very interesting, very insightful conversation. We have some conclusions. We have specific tools at hand, like authentication methods. And, well, you know, there are people in institutions, in places that do not encourage actually the use of such simple tricks. I think Agnieszka Olszewska has just finished her session in the other room, and there are two more meetings on specific digital education tools by HP. That's one set, and those developed by Apple. So you can hear about that in the other room. But now I think we all deserve a break, lunch break to be precise, and please be back at
Dzień dobry, zapraszamy ponownie.
Hello again. This is still CEE Digital Summit, focus on education. Ahead of us, two more discussions. The one coming up in a moment concerns a topic that, for just a brief moment, we hinted at the beginning of the proceedings. We talked about the professions of the future, mentioning them. Justyna Orłowska, the plenipotentiary for the Prime Minister, also mentioned some of these professions for the future, professions of tomorrow. But the area is so big that it's definitely worth it to spend more time, more effort discussing it. And today we'll have a discussion on this very topic. I'd like to welcome the panelists, Cisco Poland. Together with us, it's Ignacy Święcicki, head of the Digital Economy Team, Polish Economic Institute. Of course, there are online guests with us as well, and I hope we can hear Senator Joanna Sekuła, Vice President of the Committee of Science, Education and Sport, the Polish Senate. I hope we'll be able to make a connection. Kamil Zjewony, Vice President of the Board of Education Zone. Hello, Jacek Staniszewski, Director of the Primary School and Secondary School, and Mario Lelowski, IT Association of Slovakia.
Yes, dzień dobry.
Hello, so the talk will be moderated by Paweł Orlikowski in Poland.pl. Hello, everyone.
We're gonna start with your presentation, so I give you voice.
Thank you very much. So hopefully you see my presentation. Thank you very much for invitation for your conference. It is highly appreciated that you give so much attention to digital education and digital transformation of education. We all see that digital skills and digital transformation of educational process is very much interested finally for pupils, but also hopefully for teachers. We believe that our graduates, so students who are leaving the basic school and going to study further on the secondary level of schools, must be equipped by certain level of digital skills in order to study effectively and not to be somehow lost in the area of information. And even more, we believe that graduates of secondary schools and higher education institutions, so universities, should be also well equipped with digital skills in order to work properly. Because we are not there, I mean, employers, I'm also the vice president of National Union of Employers. We are not there to teach graduates of schools of educational system to use digital equipment, particularly not to improve their digital skills. But we know that we also have to say what digital skills do we expect from graduates from the schools. So our idea was that 10 years ago, that in order to ask people, students, graduates, to prepare themselves for certain level of digital skills, we have to say to them what we need. So we did it, and we created a test. And we are performing the test already for 11 years, and we are testing the level of digital skills, not what is taught in schools, but we are testing what we need. I mean, what the employers need from graduates of schools. And we have another level of testing where we ask teachers from secondary schools, hey teachers, what do you expect to know in the area of digital skills from graduates of the basic schools in order to study effectively on the secondary level of schools? And this is what we are testing. And this test is performed already 11 years by IT Association of Slovakia and Slovak National Coalition for Digital Skills and Jobs. Actually, we have improved our area of scope to enlarge the area of scope to countries of Visegrad, which I am very happy to announce today that we have performed first pilot years performing these tests, both levels, for basic schools and for secondary and upper level schools in all V4 countries. And of course, in Slovakia, this is 11th year. The results are quite okay. I mean, in terms of amount of schools, amount of people who join the school, join the testing. And I'm very happy, and you will see the figures that Poland is just next to it. And at the beginning, I would like to really thank to colleagues from Cyfrowa Polska for their enormous help to start and perform already the first pilot year very successfully in Poland, which is fantastic success, I would say. So as you can see, we have enlarged the scale to countries of V4. Thanks to Visegrad Fund grant, we received the first strategical grant in a value of 100,000 euro. Okay, maybe it doesn't look that much, but Visegrad Fund has this as a top grant, and this was the first ever digital grant given to the activity in V4 countries. What we have achieved and what is the short history, we are running the test already from year 2012. It's in Slovakia actually the largest test of the practical, as I said, digital skills in Slovakia. The test is online and free for all the participants, which means that everyone can participate free. Doesn't matter whether it's student, pupil, teacher, or anyone else, employee, employer, whoever. It's for free. We already got more than 350,000 respondents. Actually, with this year, we got 450,000 and 50,000 respondents for last year. Particularly, it's oriented to the final years of basic school, final years of secondary school, as I explained, for their digital skills expected by the next step, either employment or study. This year, we have provided a test in 5 languages, Slovak, Hungarian, Polish, Czech, and English. We also got several hundreds people who were tested from abroad in English. As I mentioned, it was supported by International Visegrad Fund and by local sponsors, and also with co-financing from Slovak National Digital Coalition, and also co-financing from our partners. There are 5 areas which are tested in the area of basic IT skills. So it's internet and the use of internet, I mean general use of internet. The second area is security and how to use computer systems effectively and properly. The third one is complex tasks, means that you have to understand a complex question, start to dig information from somewhere, move the information somewhere else, take this information in some context, and move this information maybe to an Excel sheet, calculate something, and then you finally get a certain result. So it's a task which always needs at least 3 different steps to perform, not just one. The fourth area is to use office tools, you mean spreadsheets, documents, presentations, tools, and so on, how students can use it. And the last one, 5th, is the collaborative tools, which are now very popular. So we are working on drives and also the use of social networks. I mean, this is where students usually say they are perfect. Basically, students in general, youth is very enthusiastic and they overestimate themselves. We found out that if you ask student, how do you feel, how do you think where you are, what position would you think you can achieve? So they usually say, okay, I'm like 85% good in digital skills. And then we perform tests and we see that it's 40, 45, which is not in order to demotivate young people. It's a motivation to show them where particularly in which of these areas there are some rooms to improve. There are 2 variations tests for, as I said, basic elementary schools and secondary schools or any other adult people. You can reach 5 different levels on testing. And I have to say, we are not only giving a result of the total test, but we show the result of all 5 areas as mentioned before. So at the end, you receive the certificate in local language. And the certificates clearly says in which areas, what result did you achieve. And it means that it shows what areas you should improve your digital skills. And this is the basic idea. And the major idea is that to show that, no, you are not 100% perfectly ready for a digital area. There are categories, there are areas you can always improve. So you can still improve. So everyone receives a certificate. Certificate can be immediately printed and also used as, let's say, presentation to the teacher. And some companies in Slovakia already ask their future employees during the interview, okay, please, what are your digital skills? Do you have any certification like IT fitness test result? No, never heard. Okay, sit down here, take your half an hour, do your test, and I will see. Yeah, but I can tell you, no. You can tell me, but I have no time. I am not a digital guru. I mean the owner of the company or the one at HR department. Just do a test and show me the results. So this test is also used during the HR interviews. There are some information regarding the preparation period and so on. So in total, I can say that we have run the preparation, I think, smoothly. Of course, we have learned a lot of lessons, and next year, for sure, it will be even better and nicer. And here, there is a short link. There's a link to short video managed by our colleagues from Poland, which very clearly and easily shows what the test is about. And thanks to also Michal Kanovnik and his colleagues, and also the Ministry, Education and Digital Transformation, I think you have provided very great job to communicate this issue. Of course, probably most of you know the video. If not, you can easily find it. I will not now to play it. Maybe if necessary, we can play it later. Okay, I said I will not play it, so this is the start. In order to motivate youngsters and kids particularly, we have found out during last years that this is always good to make a certain challenge, to run for a competition. So we have collected several prizes for participants. We have created a lot of categories to championship, make a championship in. So we have provided several interesting prizes, mostly gaming. Of course, our kids, this is the digital era where kids want to play the game. So we have led them to play game for being able to play the game. And it works, I have to say. We have provided help on the website, on the portal. We also provided tutorial videos this year just in Slovak. For sure, next year we will provide tutorial videos also in other languages, just to ease teachers to, let's say, to open the school, open the class, which is very good, because if the teacher is able to open on the platform its class, then the teacher receives the results. They can maybe run the test in 2 months later to see some improvement, or even next year. So we are providing this information to teachers. I have to say here that we had a lot of requests from teachers. The teachers were not able to navigate themselves within the platform. Wow, so we still have room to improve digital skills of teachers. Some schools didn't start the test because the teacher was not able to finish the test. But okay, that's life. So we received more than 600 calls to our call center to explain and to help people to run the test or organize the test, organize the classroom, and so on. We will also provide, or it is accessible for providers of the test to get a lot of data. I mean, the amount of data is enormous. I will just shortly go in some of them. So if you want to see the global statistics on this year's test, you can see it here from the point of view number of participating users. So as you see, Slovakia, both in primarily high schools, of course, reached the highest data, but okay, this is 11th year. Once it will be 11th year in Poland, I will for sure see here 100,000 for sure. So the good point is that in both levels, in primary school, high schools, also Poland received quite impressive amount of tested. It's almost the same amount in both levels, which is also very good. You can see also other countries like Czech Republic or Hungary with a bit lower numbers. These are mostly, the reasons are mostly political changes. You may know that in both countries were elections. These elections caused to huge changes at the Ministry of Education. In one country, there was a minister for time, then the minister resigned, the new minister was not found, and so on. In other country, Ministry of Education was joined with other ministries, and they are, I think, trying to find themselves still today. So it was not easy. And we also, I have to say, and it was the case in Poland, it's always very important that the Minister of Education sends a letter, I mean email, to directors of schools, to digital coordinators of schools that please, this is a good idea, try to participate. And of course, this helps a lot. Besides the campaign, which we were running anyway, I mean through social media and so on. On the bottom part, you see the statistic of participation. Of course, here you see in the middle part of vacations or holidays, school holidays. And this year we have been running the first part during the last months of the school year, previous school year, and also we added 2 months of actual school year. In total, we received more than 100,000 of participants of the test. If we are talking about results, here you see the results in 5 categories of primary schools in Poland of percentage. Here I have to say that the test is good if the general overall result is from 50 to 60%. If the test is very easy, then the results are above 70%. If the test, I mean, the questions are too difficult, then the results are below 50%. So it is not saying this, it's not saying that the result is bad, just about half. No, the majority is close to half, which is okay. And then we see some participants being above, even reaching 100%. And we see some amount of participants below 20, 30%, which shows weak digital skills, really room to improve. So don't be shy or don't worry. The result about 50 to 60% is fine. If the test is good and you are testing a huge amount of people. So what we have seen here, that in Poland, the best result we received in security and computer systems, which is good. That in the previous panel, there was a lot important discussion about the cybersecurity. So yes, students, I mean, pupils are probably already well informed from media, from other resources that security is important. Also, they can use internet quite well. And where we see reserve is using office tools and collaborative tools and social networks. This year, within social networks, as there are many, we have put more emphasis on Instagram, as we have recognized that in countries before, for youngsters, Instagram is most used social network platform. So these are the results for primary schools. Just to compare to Slovakia, I will put it together. It means that, for example, in security, both countries received in primary schools quite well results, good results. Okay, general overall result of primary schools in Poland, 45%, Slovakia 54%. But here I have to say, yes, our schools, hundreds of schools are performing the test many years. So they are well performed to organize the class, that the hour when the test is taken. So they already, let's say, have more effective way to start the test. There is a format, there is informative part, which can take even 10 minutes or 5 minutes. So for sure, those schools which participated this year, next year, for sure, you will see improvement because of effectiveness, how the test is performed. So here we see that in security, both countries are doing well, and both countries are not doing well within the use of office tools, which is also very important, because office tools are those which the graduate will need to work, to send reports, to make some calculation, statistics, and so on. And unfortunately, we see this trend already for 3 years, that the office tools are not properly taught at schools. Also regarding complex tasks, here we see in many cases that the student, the pupil, the kid starts to solve the complex task, does the first step. Some of them already see that there is a next step necessary, and they stop. So there's something to do that do not stop, go. This is not just yes or no. So the complex task shows the ability of our kids to stay calm and finish the task. I put here also the result in the amount of participants in different regions in Poland. So you can see your region, how many of students have participated, which is this part of the graph, and the results, average results. So we can say that in average result, there are not a big differences. Yeah, this is not the point. No, we will see the changes later, next years, if not the active schools, but also the passive schools will join, and you will see the difference. The active schools, those schools which are taking part in different projects, activities, usually receive better results, and those schools which are passive, the results will be significantly weaker. Regarding the gender, we see that it's almost the same amount of almost the same amount of kids, boys and girls took the test, and girls were a bit better than boys. Regarding secondary schools results, here we see quite well managed or well done tests in internet and security, which is very good. But also here we see that in complex tasks and using office tools, the results are quite weak. And that's already bad. That's a bad sign, because if the almost graduate secondary student is not capable of using office tools, how the student will study further, how the student will be ready to make reports, even write his CV. Sorry for this, excuse me. This is also important, and this is already a sign that something must be done in secondary schools to improve use of office tools by teachers towards students. But similar result is also in Slovakia. It may also say that maybe the questions in the test were too difficult in this area. But as I said, we are asking and defining the questions based on requests from employers and higher education institutions. Means we expect students to know this. So this doesn't have that much with the difficulty. We simply expect graduates to work with office tools. Comparison to both countries, yes, also in office tools, both countries a bit lower. And we, of course, should then work on in other countries, let's say here on the internet in Poland, and collaborative tools as well. But as I said, very important is to see the results of next year and next year's. Regarding the secondary schools result in different regions, you can see the results here. And here you see that the results, I mean, the successful rate is almost the same, men or women. Which is very good, we can say, better in Poland than in Slovakia, that it is almost 50-50, boys and girls participating in the test. In Slovakia, we still have more boys and male to performing the test. As a result, we will provide the final report. We are providing final reports for many years. So we started in 2012 with a very thin report. Actually, we provide the report, which is more than 100 pages, which is quite complex and a bit complicated to prepare. We will anyway provide complex final report for all the 4 countries with the results, and we will provide our Polish colleagues with a deep dive data, statistics, analysis, and so on, which might be used and hopefully will be used in the educational process in the subjects of informatics and so on. Last but not least, let me once more thank you to our partners who, with their support, we were able to achieve this success, and also to our sponsors and Visegrad Fund as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mario Lelowski, IT Association of Slovakia. But Mario, stay with us as a participant of our discussion. Now I will switch to Polish, but you, Mario, we translate it simultaneously, so you could hear us in English, but you have to choose the English language on the panel on your Zoom. Thank you so much. A my przechodzimy już do dyskusji po polsku o zawodzie przyszłości, o edukacji. Mówimy dużo na szczycie cyfrowym dotyczącym edukacji.
Now let's switch to Polish and continue talking about professions of the future. We've heard from Mario many useful details. Now we have here in the room Anna Czachowska-Rybkowska, Cisco Poland. We have Ignacy Święcicki, Polish Economic Institute, Joanna Sekuła, member of the Polish Senate and member of the Commission for Science, Education and Sports. Also online we have Kamil Zjawiony, Deputy Head of Education Zone, and Jacek Staniszewski, Headmaster of Elementary and High School from Warsaw. So here we are. I'm happy to have you here on site and off site. I hope this discussion will be heated enough to keep everybody busy and active. Well, we're talking about professions of the future. So first, my first question goes to Mr. Staniszewski. We want to have educational perspective. Are schools ready to prepare students to work in professions of the future, to be future-oriented? Maybe we are talking a bit futurologistically, but how much is there left to be done about this? This is a very tough question, Handel. Sorry, first, hello to everyone, and thank you for having me on this panel. Let me just collect my thoughts and handle this question. That's not an easy question. Are we ready? We can be, of course, but much depends on several factors that are beyond our control. I think we are not sure what the government or people responsible for education, the government, really want us to teach. We speak about competence, we speak about skills, and our core curricula at schools are more content-oriented, more focused on memorization, and this may be an obstacle to pursuing the most essential competencies. Another thing that needs to be done, because I looked carefully at the presentation of Mario, I spotted the most demanding areas, which is collective work, teamwork, or office tools. These sets of competencies in our educational system, and not only here, I speak basically about the Visegrad Group countries. I know these competencies are still low because we keep focusing on individual teaching. So teacher to learner, learner to teacher. It's difficult because teamwork makes it difficult to grade students. So it's necessary to change some patterns. I mean, do we want students to prepare to knowledge contests where they can show off their precise or detailed knowledge about specific areas, or do we want to teach them the so-called skills and, of course, at the same time, knowledge? And that's the basic question. Now, what else that we need is two actors, two more actors. One is the government, the decision makers, and the other is parents, adults, because they need to understand that the times of memorizing dates or battles, these times are over. We should rather go for a different model, but the parents must accept that. And because parents are sometimes very conservative, they would like us to teach both. I mean, be modern, teach competencies, but on the other hand, they say it's hard to believe that my child doesn't know the date or something, because this is what parents remember from their school many years ago. And there is a big campaign that is needed that should make all actors in this project aware that now we have to go for something else at school. What we taught 20 or 30 years ago will no longer be relevant, will no longer hold. We have to rethink this model. Okay, well, come back to this, of course. Now, thanks to new technologies, we can do a lot more than before. For example, we can talk online and offsite, and everybody else can watch us online. This is absolutely great. So technologies help us do more, and they should also help the development of education in the broad sense. So I have a question to Cisco Poland. Anna, is it possible, big tech and school, is it possible to bring these two together and make it effective? Well, of course, thank you for having me. Indeed, first, the question why I am here, why I represent the IT sector, and why do we even want to talk about education? We have Cisco Networking Academy, a project that's been around for 25 years, 22 years in Poland. And this program is the greatest investment in social action or social dimension in general from Cisco. We offer the free educational material on technology. We give it to institutional establishments. We support schools. In Poland, it's particularly high schools and universities. We help them teach. And our model that we propose is where the materials we offer about technology should be included in curricula. And we have succeeded in doing that many times. But now we need greater openness of school principals, of teachers, also parents, students, of course, in the first place. And I'm glad to see that Poland is one of those countries where our educational program has been really successful. If you look at the figures of students using our materials, it's 40,000 individuals yearly. This is good news. We are happy to see that people are open to such co-education, I mean, combining school and external partners. I'm happy to hear what Mr. Staniszewski said. As a as a parent, I feel like being from another planet sometimes when I go to a parents' meeting at school. I can see that other parents also need education, also need evangelization, if I may put it like this. And many of them are conservative or too conservative, and they don't want to give up their old habits because they believe, well, when I was at school 30 years ago, I still remember what I was taught back then. But is this really the point? Is this what we want to get today? I think many people, when thinking about education as cooperation or developing the skills of the future, we shouldn't forget that technologies are some tools. And when training young people, and if you want to guess whom you would like to teach, you know, we have heard this today, 8 out of 10 pupils of today's schools will work in jobs that are not even invented yet in 10 or 15 years. So going back to my idea, we should keep people open or open them up to lifelong learning, to be open to source information. When we have new employees coming to my company, sometimes they hear, the first thing they hear, now we are going to teach you something. And they often think like, well, I have just graduated, I think I know all. And this is very often not the case. And as we heard during the previous panels, a very important thing that is missing in thinking about education is openness to the new, to novelties, and readiness of school to accept that pupils make mistakes. And school should give them space to make mistakes and learn through that. But now speaking about partnership between big tech and schools or educational system, from my perspective as Cisco Poland, we have seen all barriers and problems that the Polish educational system has had, like the shortage of staff. And certainly we should not require teachers to know all. If they are history teachers, they cannot learn technology right away. They would rather should be leaders or mentors. So when thinking about the future, Cisco started a new educational platform. Its goal is to provide educational material for self-study so that teachers can learn something new and learners can learn something new using their smartphone, their own device, because the point is to democratize access to education. At the same time, we want to support processes that are going on anyway. And this platform also helps build competence step by step, very often starting from scratch, to encourage people to build competence and have relatively quick feedback through what we call micro certificates, so that they can trace the path of progress. So we can see technology supports people, supports teachers and learners. And you have also mentioned the competencies of the future because we want to train people for jobs that are not there yet. So Ignacy, question to you. We're talking about training young people, students, to make them ready for the fast-changing labor market, to jobs that have not been invented yet. But very often we have to rely on today, on what we have. So perhaps at the end of the day, we will realize that we train people, we skill people to enter the labor market, but who knows, maybe they will be too late or the skills will be not enough. So how do we make sure that we actually develop competence that will be useful a couple of years away from now? Well, thank you for this question and this discussion. And going back to what Mr. Staniszewski said, in my institute, we did a research among businesses, what they need from employees. And of course, we don't have a glass ball to tell the future, but we can ask certain questions to produce certain forecasts about the future, to get a picture of what can happen in the future if certain scenarios materialize. So when we started asking what school should teach, I'm not an expert in education, but of course, some amount of knowledge is necessary. I'm not sure if you have used the new chatbot, but by OpenAI. This is where you can just ask a question and the chatbot will answer it. They can even write an article or generate a code that works, or they can give you a fact about some event, but still it makes mistakes. So the key competence in terms of digital competence that children should take away from school is to verify certain facts. If you don't have knowledge, you cannot say what is true and what is not. You can ask a chatbot, of course, but you have to be able to understand the answer if you get a lengthy answer in return. So you have to be able to tell what is true, what is not, and for that you need knowledge. So you say it's better to learn how an algorithm works and not how to program, because we focus on, say, producing, for example, many programs, but at the end of the day, the algorithm will produce codes, AI will produce content, so we need perhaps a different set of competencies. Well, what I'm saying is you have to be able to verify sources, you have to be able to tell what is a fact, what is not, and this is basically what you get from the offline world, plus what we find online. And you have to be able to tell the difference between information and opinion. That's a key competence. And now, speak about what you said. It's great you mentioned competence, which is not strictly speaking IT competence. Because some people ask today whether we should teach programming or technology. In our research, we try to verify what competences might be useful in the future, and it shows that social competence, cognitive competence, adaptation competence, this is all needed when you enter the labor market, when technology, reality changes really fast, and there is a high level of uncertainty. So this what comes from our research. We ask businesses, for example, what competence they expect from employees. They pointed to creativity, teamwork. This is what they stressed as the most necessary. And in the future, they say people should respond, should be able to work in the circumstances of uncertainty. And the replies also showed a need for digital competence, of course, but how do we interpret that? Perhaps companies in Poland don't fully understand or appreciate the potential of digitization, but soft skills are here given a priority. And I spoke about that chatbot, OpenAI, that gives you answers. We have to teach young people who leave schools such skills that can work together with algorithms, together with machines. We will not outdo them. They have to work together, hand in hand. And for that, we need creativity. And our foresight, our projections about the future now, in our foresight study, we identified two components that, depending on how they develop, will form certain reality in the future. One is virtualization of the labor market. So whether we work remotely, in dispersed teams, from home, etc. And on the other hand, skills to find yourself in such a situation as an employee. So on the one hand, we need to use tools, but on the other hand, you need internal motivation to work remotely without any boss breathing down your neck. You need to work with people from different cultures, people who are also remotely. You have to be able to adjust to new projects, new challenges at work. So this will shape a future employee. And such a person will also need, I would say, classic or standard competencies, even manual competencies. Because we have some, very fashionable stores like crafts, like things made manually. This is all the rage these days, and this is where you need craftsmanship, when you need manual skills as well.
Another question to Senator Joanna Sekuła. Listening to all of that from the point of view of a principal of a school, the point of view of a IT business representative, you provided more analytical take on the matter. Now let's ask Vice President of the Committee on Science, Education and Sport from the Polish Senate. How do you see that? Do you think that education in Poland is not up to date with or catching up with the labor market that's already shaping the behaviors of the newcomers, of the graduates? Is education preparing graduates for it? What can you change on the part of the legislator? Well, hello, everyone. And I think the moderator included a partial answer to the question. I'm sorry to say that the direction of change in Polish schools is definitely not meeting our expectations. Up until 2007, I'd worked as a teacher at a secondary vocational school, and I lived through a couple of different major education reforms. One trend that at the end of the 90s began pointed that the direction that should have been taken at that time. Today we talked about skills like sifting through information, filtering information, fact-checking, and that was actually used at one of the schools. The subject was called researching, gathering, selecting information, and then processing information. So at that point we knew that the world would be going in the direction of digitization, and access to knowledge would move into the virtual realm. For unknown reasons, or for reasons known, we had the first change in education, 2005, 2007. These experiments came to an end. Now we're coming back to it because there is no other way to prepare young people well for entering the job market. A job market that is now largely digital. Of course, that what we said about crafts skills has become visible as some kind of change in the vocational education realm. But what I believe to be very important is to give autonomy, agency to schools, because the schools act locally, they act at a local level. And it's important that schools are able to adjust to local trends, to specific kind of local culture, the otherness or uniqueness of a local region. It's, well, teaching at a big school is different, much different to teaching at a very small school in a small town. So that which is a state set of regulations for schools should not be a set of guidelines for general education. I understand that if you want to do selection exams, that's how we should call it. You need to set a certain standard level that should be met by those who take the test. But every university, every secondary school has its own specificity, surroundings, environment, that it should adjust its level. And at lower levels, the change should also take place. There should be adjustment to the surroundings. And I want exams to be less of selection exams, knowledge-based exams. And I want exams, well, to be more of a choice that secondary school is making or the high school is making. And they should select students based on skills, talents, capabilities of students, their personality, and not on a standardized test or historical knowledge or just rote memorized knowledge. So linguistic competences are different to mathematical competences, and just dry knowledge is something completely different. I remember exams of my son, entry exams to a bilingual secondary language. There was a test on a complex language nobody knew, but the test was more based on competences that young people could find there. So if we are to educate students within a world that is changing very rapidly, we mustn't just give them dry knowledge, dry facts. And knowledge, as we all remember, is for here and now. Students study it, memorize it, and then forget it a week after the test. Now it may turn out that 90% of what we had in the core curriculum we cannot use, is useless. The whole system, method of educating should be about looking for solutions to problems. It should be project work. It should be working with the text comprehension exercises. And we should take the material, analyze it, and then refer it back to the real world. And, for example, studying history, not for history itself, but for looking for analogies with the present. So if you're teaching maths, you should teach the kind of maths that should be applied in IT studies, physics, chemistry, robotics. We shouldn't focus on specific subjects, but rather use thematic blocks. You may remember the ideas for the middle school, gymnasium in Polish. This was supposed to be about finding solutions to complex problems. And teaching in the system where there is division into years, in classes, different groups, is a catastrophe. And I think that this exodus into home education that we can see in Poland is a sign that there is a high need for more flexible education. And, well, it is a response to the fact that students need to have more freedoms. A teacher is not supposed to be a person to be checking, administering tests and then checking the tests. Teachers are there to inspire students. They're there to support students and not judge them and rate them. The whole evaluation system, the grading scheme that is in place is faulty, and it often ends up in a student hating the school, hating the teacher, a heightened pressure among young people who are competing for better grades, which is a cause of a lot of stress. There are excellent teachers in the education system, but they need to be given more freedom. We need to shape the school system so that at the same time the teachers, students, as well as the parents and local governments could co-create a school at a local level in response to the needs of the environment. Not everybody is the same, people are not the same in different cities, places, not every student has the same potential, so we shouldn't treat everybody equally in this case, we should adjust. And we should prepare core curricula based on the main guidelines and have more flexibility in it, so that the school meets the needs of those who are disadvantaged in the school system. So you believe we need to make chances equal for everyone. Senator Joanna Sekuła, in a moment Kamil Zjawiony will say a few words. I know that Jacek Staniszewski, an excellent school director, principal, Mr. Staniszewski, do you have any closing remarks for this discussion before you leave us? Thank you for very kind words, especially if it's coming from your mouth. So, thank you, Senator, for your comment. I have nothing to add. Of course, we don't want students not to learn anything. We don't want them to be ignorant in terms of history, facts. What we really want is for students to see what's important and what isn't. And we want to give more autonomy, obviously, to schools, to directors locally, because they are the ones who know their environment, the neighborhood best. But we also want to give more autonomy to teachers who know the students, know the classroom, know the environment. To some, it's extremely important. To some, it's not at all. And as a historian, I agree I shouldn't teach so that I keep talking about what it used to be. I want to teach history viewed through the lens of modernity, of current events. At the same time, I could teach students how to use MS Office. I could teach them project work, working in a team, as one of the previous speakers mentioned. I would like to be able to teach them how to fact check. I want to teach them how to differentiate fact from opinion. And thank you that there are like-minded people here together with us who see that the school has a future, but it isn't where we are now. Thank you very much. And now it's time for me to go rejoin my students. Jacek Staniszewski, director of the primary school, secondary school Dobra Tu in Warsaw. Thank you for your inputs, your contributions. Now coming back to Kamil Zjawiony, Vice President of the Board of the Education Zone. We've all been listening to the debate, the arguments put forward, a lot of dark scenarios for the future, but do you really think that it's as bleak, that there is no silver lining and it's going to be very bad? Or do you maybe think that there are some conclusions we can draw to improve things? I'm happy to be the last one to speak. Usually I came last because of my name, starting with Z, my surname. Very rarely somebody came after me. And in this case, it's good. Because all the issues addressed, I think things are moving generally in the right direction. We focus on software. I'm a practitioner other than running a school. We also deal with adult education. To some extent, our vocational school is a hardware-oriented one. It's the only vocational technical school that teaches the profession of automation and robotics. It's a so-called education experiment. And I think it's also a response to the needs of the client. And our client is business. And we are really catering for the needs of the business, and we, schools, should be, well, serving the business as well. I worked for a technical department, I worked in public communication, and I had the feeling that a person that I employed joining my company knew where they were going, but not entirely. I also realized that a person who's had graduated is not going to be fluent in everything, but let me give you an example. Thinking in terms of automation, robotics, we cooperating very tightly with employers in terms of student placement, practice, internships. We cooperate with Mitsubishi and other similar companies where we sent our students to do an internship, but we want our graduates, well, some of them go further, they go to the university, some go to work, straight to work. We want them, our students, to be able to work in a company right away, with a little nudge, with only some training. We want our students to be able to enter a company, go through the door, see the ins and outs of how business is being done. But at the same time, students should be aware of the danger. Many bad things can go wrong. We want our students to be able to write a line of code for Siemens or for other types of companies, and it's the employer, after an internship, who's telling us what they would like to see. An example from this year. One employer from Łódzkie Voivodeship in Poland here recommended one important thing to us. We're now in the middle of writing a project. The employer told us about the assembly line for manufacturing of a company. He wanted to connect the employers and a newly opened production plant. They wanted to invite the students and the new employer to just meet face to face. And this really works because these are people who have no practical experience, no professional job experience. They can go to this newly opened manufacturing plant and have some work experience there. And this type of activity is great. One of the board members of a big company, a major manufacturer, recommended, and we followed up on that recommendation. So the software part has to change. When talking about software, I'm talking about the whole of education system. Senator also mentioned that in our vocational school we're teaching in blocks. We have students who get straight A's, good grades, and then I want them to be able to work in a team. How are they supposed to be working in a team if they learned to work for their own results? I mean, they didn't get a 5 as a group, they got 5s at school individually. And this kind of grading is not teaching teamwork. It's difficult to teach an adult person, a graduate, and tell them, well, up until now you were great individually, now the 8 of you have to work together and you have to generate some value together. And they should have been taught that at school, and the employer doesn't really have time to teach it because they're dealing with big money. They want effective workers, they want experts that cost money. So they can't really afford 6 months of training for graduates. They're expecting something else. They want people who are equipped. They have people with good CVs, with good job interview, but then they start working and they can't work together. So we're teaching them, our graduates, to work together. And well, we're trying to get students acquainted with reality of work at a company. And we know the direction where the market is going, and we're trying to adjust for that. So that was, in a nutshell, my summary of this part. Kamil Zjawiony could also be a coach of the national Polish team at the World Cup, where our team, of course, has very good individual players, but the whole national Polish team in football is not able to win games. So it's a bit like with the discussion, expectation versus reality. I would expect more interesting answers, but the reality is that there is another panel coming in, a new set of participants. We have to be finishing things off. But, well, I feel it's been inadequate, and I think there's more that could have been said. And I think that in the same group, we still have a chance to meet and discuss things further, not just at a summit like this, but also in reality, that is supposed to help improve the education system. We want to have good, competent teachers who can work as a team, and graduates also who can work as a team. Since that was at the end, now you'll be first. Kamil Zjawiony, Vice President of the Board of Education Zone, thank you. With us was also Joanna Sekuła, Vice President of the Committee on Science, Education, Sport, Polish Senate, thank you. Before us, there was also Jacek Staniszewski, Director of the Primary School, Secondary School Dobra Tu, from Warsaw. And a final farewell, Mario Lelowski, IT Association of Slovakia. Thank you so much for your participation. And with us, Anna Czacharowska-Rybkowska was with us from Cisco, Poland, Ignacy Święciński, head of the digital economy team, Poland. So I hope that we'll get to see each other again because we've left many questions unanswered. Thank you.
Thank you, Paweł, for moderating this panel. And I want to thank you who are still here. It's been more than 5.5 hours of this meeting. Thanks for staying with us until afternoon online and here in Lublin. And the last part of the day, the last segment, a panel on funds. Before we start talking about money in this closing session of today, we will hear from Mateusz Rafał, our keynote in this part, from the Ministry of Education and Science. And I believe he's somewhere in here and will jump on stage in a moment. This point, this session, I mean, talking about money, will be a nice summary of the day, a summary of all the challenges that we have discussed, because managing threats, helping teachers, school organization, this all comes down to funds at some point. So before we talk about this, Mateusz Rafał, Deputy Director of the Department of Digital Transformation, Ministry of Education and Science. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come here to talk about finance in education, particularly digitization of education. Out of the many EU programs and local initiatives, we no longer rely on isolated or islands of funding. Instead, we have one stable system with a large share of EU funds, of course, but also our national funds. So this longer financing period was at some point, of course, disturbed by the COVID pandemic, but it continues. Thanks to secured funds allocated to the digitization of education, I'd like to start with education.gov.pl. This is where you can also contribute, because we are consulting different actors, different stakeholders on this one. I believe this will be a very popular destination for all interested in better and better schooling. Speaking about funding innovative initiatives of the future, we cannot ignore the recent project of laboratories of the future. Thanks to this project, we have schools, primary schools, equipped with modern hardware, computers, VR sets, microcontrollers, 3D printers. More than 1 billion zlotys have been spent so far in this program. And just if you look at the figures, we have 3 million pupils using or benefiting from the program in 15,000 schools. And the labs of the future, or edukacja.gov.pl portal, is one environment which is set within an ecosystem that we are now defining based on a new document, digitization of education strategy paper. This will bring together all these components. I want to thank the Chancellery of the Prime Minister, in particular their digitization component, because the progress is there and the purchase of this equipment was part of it, and this still continues and is going to close soon. Taking a more functional look at finance, we need to keep in mind that wherever it's possible, we reduce costs, our costs, by inviting external partners, external solutions. Therefore, the Ministry of Education and Science has started cooperation with UNICEF. UNICEF has been very supportive, particularly in the project of adapting curricula to the needs of Ukrainian children, the children of refugees. An example of such a solution is digital passport. This is where Ukrainian students can continue remote learning through our dedicated platform. This is called Integrated Educational Platform. This is where more than 1.3 billion was spent to produce interactive content based on course books, e-books published for all school levels so far. And what schools get today physically is what we call laboratories of the future, or future labs. This is a mobile team of educators. They try to reach every school that applies for it, that requests it. They can go there and train the staff and learners how to use equipment acquired under our program, and not only, how to build an ecosystem out of it. So our today's perspective is that of unfinished project, which is still going on, because the previous financial perspective, 2014-2020, was prolonged because of the COVID pandemic up to 2022. And under this period, operational programs, power, we have funds to implement specific solutions. For example, the state budget expended more than 3 billion zlotys over 6 years for the development of broadband internet network. Again, 1.3 billion zlotys from the state budget for future labs and our mobile future labs initiative. There are also specific expenditure on teaching aids, several dozens of millions, projects supporting the management of education, another 10 million from the state budget spent, plus 60 million from power. Speaking about the mobile future lab, we have visited 500 schools so far. Every region, every Polish province has this kind of mobile team in place. They can invite them to come for training sessions, so that they use the digital solutions in place to the best possible effect. And finally, I think to make it possible to manage our funds effectively as individuals, as society, we want to refine the existing school subject called the basics of entrepreneurship. It will have a new phase called business and management. This will teach not only entrepreneurship and management, but also the management of finance, teamwork, partnership. This is to teach young people to learn how to do business in the future or how to become effective civil servants. Thank you very much. Take a seat, Mr. Rafał, because this is one of our panelists, and the other panelists are Mikołaj Bobiński, Lenovo Poland, Tomasz Chomicki, Samsung Electronics Poland, Paweł Lewandowski from the Chancellery of Prime Minister, and we have one more guest online, Wojciech Szajnar, Head of Digital Poland Project Center. Good afternoon, gentlemen. So we have seen various perspectives, and concerning education, technology, digitization, and money was always somewhere there in the background, because we know these tools, this equipment, this hardware, it doesn't come from out of the blue. So there is, of course, there is money behind it, but we have been accustomed to hearing that the money is there, the funds are there. So do you think this component of educational development, or this part of digitization world, which is education, are the funds secured for it? Is this something we should worry about? Well, we can see that if you take different rankings of digitization or digital competence, Poland is not doing very well. So, depending on how we measure it, up to 40% of the society have some kind of digital competence. We want to see the figure going up to 80% by 2030. But to do this, to make it happen, we have to start with education. And I mean education at the primary level. So education is our focus today, and there are two groups that need particular investment or outlays, and this is students and teachers. Teachers is the other group. Teachers, educators who help learners discover new technologies and help them grow their ICT competence. And so there has been specific outlays in this area. We know what competencies are necessary, and we want this to be a standard, so that soon you will not need specialist training to operate in a world where new technologies prevail. But besides soft skills, we need hard skills or hardware. We want to buy several 100,000 computers for teachers and learners, particularly 4 and 5 graders. So we want to make sure that in each household where there is a 4 grader, this boy or girl has access to a computer and access to broadband internet. A few years ago, only 10% of schools were connected to fast internet over 100 megabits per second. Now, only 10% of schools are not connected. And during the pandemic, we saw that access to the speed or the transfer that you have at home isn't that important as coverage or access to services. But when a number of people at the same time at home had to access online education, online work, the capacity was not enough. And the same at school. In many classrooms, teachers were conducting classes during the pandemic from school, not from home, but in many cases the links were not capable enough. So on the one hand, investing in hardware and investing in access to the internet, plus purchase of other teaching aids that will help grow digital competence, both for teachers and learners. So thank you. Let's jump to Mr. Scheiner, Digital Poland Project Center. I know what you do as an organization, but these educational projects or near educational projects, do they differ much from similar campaigns or projects in other sectors? Or maybe you do not find any other or bigger challenges than elsewhere? Well, I'm not sure if I understand. Well, the point is it easier to work in education than in or with other sectors? Well, education, if we look at the many years of experience we have in working with the educational system, with schools, both in infrastructure projects, but also training for teachers, or anyway, any kind of initiatives for children, this sector doesn't differ much from other sectors. Organizations that we worked with, there's always a group that is open to change, there's a group that is more resistant to change, and there's a group that hesitates, that waits until others make a decision so that they can follow wherever they can see some benefits. So either they become part of the change or not. So if I look at what has happened already in terms of infrastructural projects as a basis for what head teachers or teachers can do at schools, indeed, projects that we are implementing show that certain initiative to change school is seen in different groups. There's no simple model or pattern that, for example, some schools want this or that, or some schools work this or that way, or are more or less passive. There's no such a model. It's very individual, and it's very much up to the capacity of a school to galvanize its students or teachers to enter new projects, to pick up some initiatives. So infrastructural projects, of course, they even chances, they offer all schools similar capacity for a start, like getting connected to the internet, or getting some equipment, future labs. So it's a great start. It's a starter kit, digital starter kit for schools. And the school must, later on, the staff must handle it, must make the best of it where they are. So a lot depends on the people at school and what they are ready to do with this. Public funds now specifically allocated to soft projects, and that was the original intention of ours. we wanted to activate, support, or provide mentoring to teachers, especially in areas previously neglected, because children from big cities like Warsaw or even Lublin, they have a greater choice of possibilities of extracurricular activities, workshops, extra classes, whether at school or foundations or community centers, different institutions. Our point is to make it relatively even across the country, and this should go together with creating possibilities where there were no possibilities before, like the Center of IT Mastery, which is a great talent developing project. This project is intended for young people, for teenagers from high schools. More than 40,000 students have already joined and completed this project, plus about 400 different educators conducting classes on programming, robotics, algorithms. So they do it in actually every district in Poland. So what used to be easily available in large cities now has become broadly available in smaller towns. And education isn't something different in terms of generating some change. It's not so different than other sectors. There are also people there who are interested in change, in evolution, in digitalisation, and new opportunities. Yet the level of competence or readiness to absorb these possibilities, this is generally better and possible where there are more people, bigger cities, densely populated areas. But our point is to level this access across the country, because this is when we can expect initiative to be more or less the same everywhere.
So we agreed to discuss money, and hence, well, we're all here. I was wondering about the second side of the spectrum, the business sector, and a statement came up today. I don't know if we should agree with it or not, this opinion. For the private sector, dealing with the public sector, with the bureaucracy, regulations could be difficult, troublesome, challenging. I understand it, but you are an institution that is supposed to be looking at a zloty, PLN, and you want to make it into more. You want to multiply this money. So if I may ask Tomasz Chomicki, so talking about money when talking technology, is it a difficult topic when you're talking about public procurement and similar investments? First of all, you should take a look at the fundamental principle. It's good if conversation is taking place at all. If there is debate, if a topic is discussed, you can listen to the other side's point of view, and when you do listen to it and entertain it, there is then room for compromise. And I am a representative of the industry. I'm not talking about on behalf of Samsung. I'm talking to you as a member of Digital Poland Association. I can tell you about the requirements for standardization, various broadly understood recommendations. So we've had very long talks between different industries, and we wanted to hammer out some standards that would be needed also to the people responsible for co-creating or creating the so-called or per Z. So documents that are a description of a commissioned good, commissioned product, so that it's easier. And we want these documents to be transparent, the contents thereof. So for that we need dialogue that will be looked at, observed, controlled, monitored by various government institutions, so that the documents are not only observed, monitored by the ministry and the head of the public procurement, but also Central Anti-Corruption Bureau and other organizations that could make their comments on a document. And it's important so that, well, we're happy that after many years we managed to do it. That's one important conclusion. What's more, looking at what you said, he asked if we can make 1 zloty into zloty and a half. I think this is a good idea, good way of thinking about this, because now we have to look at inflation, so maybe we should be looking at a zloty, maybe decreasing its value, not increasing it. There are costs involving logistics, transport, just storing of products, production itself, and it's a big challenge. How to prepare a public commission so that it's estimated well. We know that the legislative process takes time, procedures are not simple, there is the declining procedure or appealing procedure, because this money needs to be spent in a transparent way. I'm happy that there is a dialogue taking place between the commercial side and the public institutions side, because it one allows us, experts in technology who are paid for creating innovation to various segments of the market. I'm happy we can talk to people who are buying technology from us, and we're happy to provide them with the tools to make these solutions as well optimized as possible and as adapted to the Polish market as possible. And in the presentation by the president of the Digital Transformation Department, there was no such program like the Labs of the Future before. The program shows us a diversified offer, not just in terms of the rigid IT. One thing that was missing in the presentation, it's not like a mean comment. I want to move back to the times before the Labs of the Future. There was the program Active Blackboard, and I considered it an opening Polish public schools to digitization, because then various kinds of devices like monitors that were being used for the first time. So this model gave the transparent rules of purchasing the equipment and settling the equipment. So there is the dialogue about that, and I wish for the dialogue to continue on a healthy basis, so that we then have the possibility to showcase our technologies, to talk about our technologies in a simple yet modern way. The equipment that ends up in schools, allowing for the students' competencies to be raised, the equipment of your company, other companies. This equipment, in the end, is supposed to use or make it possible to teach young people to use this equipment. So you're hoping them to be using your devices in years to come. And a question appeared. Michał Kanownik asked this question at the very beginning of the conference. Entering this movement and towards digitization, is it an investment from the perspective of business? I would say that it is. And as a #1 manufacturer in the world, we think it's supposed to be also an investment on the part of the industry. And we want 1 zloty to be made into 1 zloty 50, to be then spent by public institutions. I think that making investments right now is trying to keep up with the acceleration of needs on the markets that were triggered by the pandemic. So now we catching up with what the market is doing now. An example of it is the government that wants to buy over 1 million computers. And in Europe, for education, we sell around 40 million computers for educational purposes. And it's a substantial institution in only one sector, education, that can be observed around the world as a result of the pandemic. But once we've caught the rabbits, millions of computers will stay at universities. And we see it from the point of view of the companies. It's going to be very difficult to keep the infrastructure going. The equipment is going to stay at schools. And I'm answering the question that cropped up before. We're representing the education market. We should ourselves learn. And we should learn by conducting a dialogue, entering a dialogue with the government. It used to be more difficult than it is now. It's going better now a bit. For education, we should start right now, talking about how to keep the investment in education at a very high level. This will be the second investment. And we want that to continue in 2, 3, 5 upcoming years. Now we're talking about just children. Next academic year, next September, we want them to have access to computers or equipment. We want teachers to have this equipment too. And that's a big change, and we can observe it all across Europe. So since we're asking about where to take money for it, maybe we should make a comparison, or maybe look at other countries where they take funding for such equipment. So the model we're talking about today as KPO is European Union funds. This is the state budget or budgets of different states. So this money is allocated to purchasing equipment. What we can observe in Scandinavian countries, in Italy, Benelux countries, is adding a third stream to it. It's either the investment of the user themselves or a local government, and you make it happen by means of providing a service. A student comes to school, they are given a device, and then the maintenance of the device is on the part of the university. The device comes with applications. The equipment is good enough for educational purposes, and a region could be paying for it, for this equipment, the city, outside or external institutions, or even parents themselves. So this service model called XaaS, everything is a service, and not just the equipment or software, but also the maintenance of it, is a model that's growing in popularity. And we, as a manufacturer, we've observed it as an upcoming trend. And now coming back to it, we'll be talking about this with the government too. So now we see like a playing field between two different sectors. So Rafa, representative of the public administration, having these two models that we've talked about. So you're both cooperating, looking closely. There are trends which are especially interesting to you. Let me tell you this. All the models, Irish, Japanese, are inspiring, but we already had a chance in a panel discussion. Nothing's going to replace a local perspective, because an attempt to implement certain solutions at a very rapid pace could not really pay dividends, because a local perspective is always the decisive one in terms of legislation. So what makes us happy, like I mentioned, is the so-called like common or bundles of expenses are turning into a whole cloud of spending on education. There are, on the one hand, regional programs. There are different funds specifically for the education purposes. There's the state budget, finally. And, well, there is a common understanding that we need to purchase equipment. As, well, Minister and the President said before, it's a real need. We need to deepen, develop certain skills, how to use the knowledge from the more analogous subject, and how to use it in real-life contexts like the laboratories of the future. And we need money for it. The pandemic has opened all of our eyes. And now I think what we're seeing is a individualistic model, very Polish model, where we're learning how to work, cooperate with the IT industry, that we do not want, well, to do everything by themselves. We're listening to the experts from the business side of things, and we're listening to what the teachers themselves are saying and what they need. We're trying to assess their needs by asking them questions, using surveys as to what their needs are. We're trying to stay in touch with the local education institutions and administration. And we want all the needs to be met. And this is how the Laboratories of the Future program came to be. All of the solutions from this program was a direct response to the needs of the schools. We wanted to deliver equipment that they really needed. And this, in my opinion, spectacular program came to be thanks to the goodwill of all the school workers who made it happen. And it's important to keep, well, this dialogue alive, and our role is to serve the citizens, and in this case also map the needs and look for the needs where there are any, and luckily we managed to find money for it. Where do you get the money from? Well, we talked about the European funds, state budget, so staying with the public sector, public administration, we were talking about cooperation between different sectors. This private sector, public sector partnership historically was a cause of trouble or a source of challenges. So is there anything that, from your perspective, would improve this dialogue? Something that could make this dialogue work better? So we are currently conducting a dialogue with the market, with all the players we wish to be in contact with. From my perspective, the dialogue, well, the starting point for the dialogue shouldn't be the expectations of the market, but the expectations of the state. And this dialogue, well, should start with the goals set out by the government, and the market could point out to the tools, means to accomplish the goal. These are the methods that are just doable in terms of the technology available and the budget available. And let's say we're building a telecom network, we are setting out the requirements as for the speed, let's say, of the lines. But the market is telling us what it can realistically do. So we mustn't forget that the goals with regards to education and digitization, or the state's goals, take precedence over the expectations of the market. Market has an important role to play. It has to be a deliverer, supplier of solutions, of the products that then can be used to meet the goals set out by the government. So I feel the dialogue is coming along very well, and you may be under the impression that we are, well, very strict, or let's say we are very controlling of it. I wouldn't say that is the case. Sometimes we may have a discussion as to how realistic the government's goal is, if it's something that's cost effective or if it can be done. The goals are, well, overarching cooperation with economic chambers, producers, manufacturers, associations. Cooperating with them is important to us. And I'm very grateful for this cooperation as well. So the number of requests on our part, which is the institution that prepares the intervention, is planning it long term, and I'm happy we can always count on the market. So I feel like this was a question to the private sector, Tomasz Chomicki. Is it true that the initiative is on their side and it's the market's commercial entities that are there for meeting these needs, or is it maybe that you also have your ideas that you can put forward and to the government? I think this would be, well, reciprocal, parallel. I think that we've been always taught that the client is always right, that you need to look at the client's needs. In this case, the state is our client, so both in Samsung and in different competitors from the industry, we understand that, well, it is the government that chooses the service in the end, or the product in the end. So prioritizing matters also. So to continue in the same vein from my point of view, and let me repeat this again, there has to be a dialogue. And there are cases where the business is the one taking initiative, and our association Digital Poland. These are the workshops we did at the beginning of the year in the scope of cybersecurity, and we talked about the principles of cyber hygiene. We hammered out recommendations for the end products. We've been working out publications that we are kind of sending, posting, making open, available to show what the best practices on the market are. And I think we shouldn't really compete and say and boast, try to establish who's the biggest player, who's doing the most work. I think it matters for us to be able to work together and to find a golden mean in everything we do. If the client respects us, then we can show our solutions, technologies, and we can just boast it and together build Polish education with respect to digitization. And that's important to us from the perspective of citizens and parents whose children go to school. So let us move on to the next part. Final remarks, Minister Lewandowski. So, Minister, this model of financing that assumes, well, the funding from the central budget, funding from the local government, and funding from the EU funds, how balanced do you think it should be? How should all the pieces of the puzzle fit together so that it's optimal in the long run?
Well, we should be able to source as much money from the EU as possible. So, shall I call some specific numbers? Of course not. The point is to expend funds that have already been allocated. 20% of the Recovery and Resilience Instrument is for digitization. And basically, not even talking about administration, the development of the white spots on the map without the internet, broadband internet. I think the entire instrument, up to 30%, shall we say, of the instrument is about digitalization. So we see this is a great priority for the EU. So together with local governments, we also develop platforms for digital services. So what we need to do is to look for money where there is the most money available. But of course, as you pointed out, at the end of the day, we'll have to, of course, maintain all this equipment. And this is where we have to rely more on national funds. Like we had previous experience with that, with similar programs. So of course, we understand. We source money from somewhere, but then the money will multiply. No, it will not. It's like with motorways. We build it for European money, and we maintain it on our own. So we need to keep a high level of digital competence, and this will also cost money. I think we have a good dialogue with the market. At this point, we are consulting with the Ministry of Education and Science. We are consulting requirements under the regulation on the minimum requirements for hardware for schools. We have consulted that with teachers as well, and we have received a lot of feedback. So I know many opinions from the market were taken seriously by the authors of this regulation. And the funding from the recovery instrument will come sooner or later, because we have investors from abroad who are waiting to use this money, because they will be invited to offer their bids in Poland. So I wouldn't fear lack of funding, and I do appreciate our dialogue with the market. And finally, of course, we have to design solutions that will meet citizens' needs. We are particularly focusing here on teachers and pupils. Of course, they are a priority. This is all for them. And I strongly believe once they use it effectively, they will build a better future for the country. So now, to conclude, I hope that this cooperation will produce desirable results, and each Polish zloty will return the investment. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. See you on similar occasions. Well, thank you very much, everyone. We have nearly reached the end of this meeting, our CEE Edu Digital Summit. And finally, because Mr. President of Digital Poland started this meeting, please close it. Well, I had the pleasure to open it. Now I have the pleasure, or perhaps the displeasure, of closing it, but I need to do this. Well, thank you very much all for your contribution, participation throughout the day. I named 4 challenges at the beginning of our meeting in terms of digitization of education, of Polish school, not only Polish, but also across the region. And now, did we get answers to all these questions posed at the beginning? Maybe not all of them. Maybe these questions led to other questions, but I have seen that this challenge, this topic, is something that needs to be handled, needs to be discussed to find the best possible solutions, optimum solutions to push this evolution forward, and how to do this in the Polish school. This should be effective, cost-effective, and technologically effective. And it should have its social dimension to benefit citizens, and it should be broadly accepted by parents, teachers, students, and territorial governments. They need to understand this is where we should go. We cannot afford not to go that way. And this is investment, that's for sure, and we can agree on this after what we have heard today, and this is a crucial investment if you want to make our country more digital, make our region more digital, because this investment will generate a real added value in the coming years. So thank you very much for this day. It was very intense, but very productive. And I hope to see you for some other events held by the Digital Coalition of Central Eastern Europe. Stay tuned to learn the upcoming dates. We can see all this interplay between business, local administration, central administration. I hope this partnership will produce great effects, and we will keep you posted on that. And finally, and returning to the last panel hosted by Michał, I'm not sure if we can expect a return on investment 1.5 zlotys per zloty. Let's go for 2. Let's be ambitious. This is possible. As I was listening to our guests, I believe we will find this money, and we will have return, and we'll be able to maintain the continuity of these projects. And keeping competences up is not only about buying hardware, it's a continuous process. I believe the government is aware of that, and I wish you for great returns of investment that will be easier to face all problems and challenges. I want to thank all partners, patrons, the host of this conference, who has really made the grade. He's become the face, Michał has become the face of our summit. And I want to thank technicians, the hosts of this place, in particular Marshal of Lubelskie. It's a great venue, a great city, and the whole staff here has been very helpful. And we'll see you on another summit. And myself, I also wish to thank everyone here in this room and everyone else visiting our demonstrations, our presentations. I want to thank our online viewers. Thanks for staying so long, and hope to see you again. That was a pleasure. Thank you.